It is now time for crab.
But we're good now. I was like, why is my coffee maker making such weird noise? Because I didn't put a cup under it. So coffee just was all everywhere. I was just pouring coffee on the counter. Anyways, so that's where my brain's at. I can't wait. I'm gonna just get into it today. Because I'm excited for this, and I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you so much, everyone, and I'll catch you on the other side. Notifications, yeah, I muted them just now. I let them go for the intro because I forgot.
It's okay. I was just talking about paint.
Oh, hey! Oh, hi!
Hello.
Hi.
How's it
Hello.
going?
It's going
so
good.
good.
Just showing my friends what I've been up to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, did I miss
Like-
something? Oh, there's
No,
a,
no.
the video. I want to watch,
Yeah.
but I shouldn't.
It's just a spinning salamander.
It's very good, Joe.
Yeah, thank you. I gotta stick with what they're known for.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really good actually.
Well, I hope
Hi.
you guys are all doing well. Are you guys excited for the
Yeah.
ball? The gala?
I'm so excited for the totally normal, super safe gala.
It's totally
Yeah.
normal and super safe. That's funny. You would also describe it that
that's
way
why I
too.
said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's what you told us ahead of time. You're
Yeah,
like, it's
we're-
gonna be really safe there. Here's a little bit of a, nothing. It's fine. Don't worry about
I
it.
just was letting you know. So, you guys want to just get into it? I'm kind of excited. So, I think I just
Are
want to kind
you?
of get into it. Here, let's so before we get into the gala, we have to do a little prep work, and I wanted to make sure we had this on because it was it was past 4 hours when I revealed the gala. So we'll do the whole intro thing again, but let me get our little our scene set here as we talk about what previously happened on Dan Jones and Dragons. Returning the Ring of Flame. That's a little loud. Returning the Ring of Flame to the Council of Alithia in Northcliff, the party now found themselves with a lack of direction on which of the remaining artifacts to recover next. With some helpful, if not dire, advice from Beery, a previous champion of virtue, the party decided to follow their own leads, this one in the form of a letter Coyle received from a previous employer by the name Preston Fitzclarence. The group made their way to Brightcoin, but not without incident. During the first night of their journey, the party was ambushed by Bloodletters, a group of assassins that Morenthal used to be a part of. And once they dispatched them, they had a small reuniting with an old coworker of Morenthal. Maliki was spared from the fight and allowed to escape to maybe see the party in a different light down the road. Who knows? The party continued their destination to where they were informed by Preston they were to attend a gala hosted by the suspicious new resident of the Nobles District, a candle maker by the name of Jonathan Wick. But first, before they could attend this high-class event, the party needed to get a change of clothes to fit the event's attire and prepare themselves for a night of fancy. So, you all, you just had that long conversation with Preston where he kind of revealed everything that was happening with this suspicious candle maker, Mr. Wick, who recently came to power in the Nobles District in Brightcoin. He's been having these galas and festivals and balls and stuff pretty frequently over the past 2 months since he rose to kind of wealth. Usually they're just a show of, hey, look at all this money I have. And that's probably what they're expecting this one's going to be as well. But he brings you down to one of his favorite clothing stores, Wizards of the Coats, and he says, whatever you would like to buy, it's on him. So you guys can all kind of take a little moment. If we want, we can go in order of who wants to describe what you buy for your character as we prepare for this evening.
I can go first.
Good.
Well, I think that Choby's never been to a fancy ball like this, but certainly I think maybe his family's hosted some well-to-do merchants on occasion, travelers in Philgrove. So he's not doing anything too crazy. He's finding a nice kind of a suit-looking thing, a nice little hat. Just a little more put together than his typical day-to-day outfit.
Okay. Anything for
Maybe a
anything
cane.
for Scrubbins? Important, They don't
Maybe
have to have
Trigun?
anything for Scrubbins. I don't even know if you can get Scrubbins in, but I was just curious.
That's the question. Is I don't even know if. Well, I guess we'll see. I think he's just gonna kind of leave Scrubbins as is, but I think he's
Okay.
gonna see if he can get a little top hat and cane situation to enhance
A
the
little
fanciness.
magnetic tie.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Snap it on, and then Scrubbin's eyes start blinking rapidly. It's like, oh no, what happened?
Just start singing Jimmy Crack on. I don't care.
Okay, who would like to go next? So many
I can go
volunteers. Go for it.
Coil's probably not dressing too fancy. It's probably just like a nicer cloak, something that's not singed and torn.
Mm-hmm.
Just there's probably not anything that super fits him.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of drapery, but and belts, but it's like nice fabric, and you know.
Okay. Just a cleaned up coil.
Yeah, cleaned up Coil.
Okay. How about Hobson?
Hobson is a little out of his depth. He has taken part in and even helped to run various party type events, like with his family at the inn or helping out at like a mage college, stuff like that. But neither of those really overlap with the sort of very fancy, high class, wealthy to do sort of thing. So he spends probably over an hour wandering around this store, looking at things and leaning toward a couple of them, but there's this constant running commentary from Valse. Not even like commentary, just little sucking of teeth and like little
Yeah.
judgments of anything that Hobson looks at.
That top? Ooh.
Yeah, just sort of like a just unsure, until eventually Hobson makes an enormous mistake and actually asks Valse advice, and ends up with something that is. It probably would have looked gaudy a century ago when it was in fashion. It is very, again, kind of similar to the last time Valse dressed him. Just something that like Steed Bonnet would pick as like a, this will help me fit in. Just very, like very like 19th century fancy frilly sleeves type thing. Which is at least the frilly sleeve type thing will help conceal the gauntlet that he can't take off anyway, or the bracer rather. But yeah, so he is looking kind of overdone and gaudy in a definitely not from this era type of fashion. He doesn't feel like he senses that he has made a mistake, but he does not know any better, and so he's given up at this point. So that's what he ends up in.
Excellent. Gelneck.
All right, so Gelneck will grab a very large, fluffy fur coat of some kind, believing that whoever created it must have been some sort of strong, powerful warrior that has slain a terrifying beast. And he will wear it proudly to honor such a warrior that must have done so in honorable combat, of course. And assuming that the rest of the animal must have been put to good use as well. And on top, falling in with Ustenki culture, as hats are very, very important to the Ustenki, he will be wearing 3 of them. As you know, as you remember, with Chief Stompy, he had many hats as well. And first, on the lowest layer will be a small cowboy hat, which represents the range of environments his tribe of friends, the Flower Crowns, comes from. They are from all different walks of life. On top of that, a pork pie hat to represent the various vicious creatures they have slain across their journey. And then on top of that, a small trilby to represent Trilby.
I love it.
Very good.
Yes.
Morenthal.
If only Trilby knew what a Trilby was.
Yeah,
Only.
you probably think, oh my god, oh cool, a fedora.
Nice hat.
Yes. So, Morenthal, knowing it's a fancy shindig, and being one to have been to these sorts of things before, maybe not by invitation, is going in a long, black sort of flowing dress with a sort of purple, I guess you'd call it like a floral type design on the chest, with a little thorny earring up above his ear, keeping it fancy indeed, but also the dress flows in a way where it's very easy to conceal things on himself while he's wearing it. Because of course, I mean that's the reason why you wear something fancy, so you can hide things.
Of course.
Of course, naturally.
Perfect. And of course, Faylee.
Bailey is looking through all the dresses and is torn between two. One is a very celestial blue and one is a red, and she ends up settling on the red. It's like a dark blood red, for a lack of better term, with red accents on it and black roses along the top, and kind of like trailing down the dress is black vines with black roses on it, and a like a sheer lace black cape behind it.
Excellent. I think Preston is maybe like looks at a few of you, just like, okay, well, it's your decision. It'll pass. And he goes and pays for the stuff. And just for like, theater of the mind's sake, obviously let your imagination run wild, chat. But just if it helps to have like a little help of a visual, like maybe just a little something.
Yeah!
Oh my god! So
Looks so good.
oh.
So good.
Love them.
So Preston gets you all checked out, and you're kind of in a side room for like fittings and stuff that are being adjusted. You probably have like maybe like 30 minutes, an hour of a few adjustments being made while you all are waiting together. And Preston pulls you aside and goes, "Now, I don't know how you all exactly operate in this event, but just to remind you, in case it's been, like that walk over here felt like a month. It would be best if someone, I suggest Coil, maybe stay by my side in case Mr. Wick tries anything funny. I can just say you're my bodyguard for the evening, like old times, of course. The rest of you, just say you're my +1 and go about doing whatever you want. You can schmooze people. I do know there should be one person in attendance that one of you, or maybe multiple of you, should deal with. The maker of the vault that he was recently commissioned, or at least I believe he was commissioned. Let me just remember his name off the top of my head. Elzar Constance, that's right. He was the creator of he was not the creator. He's the son of the creator of the Vaults of Eversteel, a huge security system that is built in Brightcoin. And he was recently brought into Mr. Wick's estate for what I assume to be a personal vault. Elzar should be at the event, and I know it's a little bit loose with informations with the drink, so maybe take that approach. I don't know, do whatever you want. Maybe stab him, I don't know, is that what you do? But other than that... Oh, good, yes. Just don't, if you do stab, don't say you're my +1. You found the fly or something on the floor, I don't know. But, if you all have any suggestions as to what you should do, I can help with whatever main information I can provide, but I don't know much more than you other than these events are kind of tacky and loose. At least for me.
I will stay with you. That's all I know.
Good. Excellent. Good. We can schmooze and talk around, and I can point out maybe a few people in the crowd to you. That would help. I don't know if you have a way to relay anything between the lot of you.
Yelling?
Yelling would probably not be something to do with a festival gala kind of situation.
Loud whispering, then.
Okay, that works. And you guys work for the Council of Lithia. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yes, you could call us very skilled veterans.
I could call
This
you
is
that.
not our
Yes.
usual. This is not usually where we find ourselves.
That is fair. We all have our specialties. Well, if anything, like I said, it'll be a easy 12 grand in your pocket if the night goes uneventful for at least me.
You can count on us, sir.
Yes. He pulls out that like long pipe and just lights it in the middle of the store, and like a person goes, "Sir, you can't." And he goes, "Ah," and he just keeps smoking anyways.
Groby's just practicing trying to stand cool with the cane that he has. Trying to lean on it. Keeps bumping into stuff.
So just for memory and for audience sake, you have been informed that weapons, at least like large weapons, anything you can't conceal is either not allowed at the party or will be checked at the front entrance there. He said there's usually a like guards that will check for weaponry and stuff like that, but there is a place to like check and store your weapons within the estate. So you won't be like, you won't have to run a few blocks to go get your weapon. It'll be at the like foyer of the facility. Just so you know.
Not that we'll need them.
Not that you need them. I just, I don't want to take your weapons without letting you know where they're going to be. Just presenting the information very helpfully. I'm not
Thanks,
smiling.
Just mark my AC accordingly. Since I do not have my shield.
But yeah, would you guys like to do anything? You guys have, after everything is fitted and you have all your outfits and stuff, you probably have maybe 3-ish hours and change if you want to do any last minute shopping, planning, talking to each other, because you're not sure how easy it's going to be to converse or talk about stuff that maybe shouldn't be talked about in the party. Like, not the party, the gala, like...
Yeah.
It's a good idea. Like, do we have a strategy or a game plan we want to try at least walking in with?
Yes, Gilnick has a great plan. Morinthal, what is the plan?
Well, typically, if this is his mansion, what you'd want to do is you'd want to split into 2 groups. One group intermingles with the crowd, tries to get information about people that way, and the other group, usually the smaller group, will then investigate the mansion itself, sneak around, find out what places guests aren't allowed in, get in there, see why they're not allowed in, see if this Mr. Wick has anything to hide, like we presume he does. It should be fairly straightforward so long as no one gets in any fights.
Sounds like a wonderful plan. I'm glad I came up with it.
I am too.
Great job, Double Leader.
Yes. Now then,
Perhaps,
go on.
perhaps we should look into some way to message each other.
Well, remember, I do have these, and I hold out my ring, which
I forgot
rings.
about the ring.
That ring's coming to light.
I didn't bring it up
important.
earlier because I thought it'd be funny.
Remind me how it works.
If I've written it down correctly,
There should be a handout in your your
right.
stuff with everyone's rings. I think I've been updating every time
there
you
is.
get rings.
ring. Oh, yep, there it is. With it,
Can speak to each other through the ring.
yeah, 2 people wear it. 2 creatures could wear it within 500 feet of each other. They can communicate telepathically.
Great.
That's pretty rad.
So
I didn't
who's-
bring it up last time when we were planning on going inside because, well, the situation didn't really call for it.
Yeah.
This is more of a we need to talk, sort of.
Mhm.
Boy, Faylee sure
situation.
has a lot of rings, huh?
Yeah.
She loves the chameleon.
No.
So who
So, yeah,
wants the
who-
other one then?
Yeah, who's wearing these rings?
I feel like they would clash with my outfit.
We should see who's going in which group and make sure one from
Yeah,
each
I was
has
gonna
one.
say how we want to divvy it up. Gelnick is probably gonna stay in the gala and like schmooze up with people because he is a talker.
Trilby is also going to be schmoozing to the best of his ability.
Well, infiltration is kind of part of my deal.
Bailey like kind of walks closer to Morinthal, and she doesn't really want to say that infiltration is something she's good at, but it's heavily implied.
It's implied. Everyone understands.
Okay, so
Hobson
I
should
guess-
probably also stay in the schmoozing group.
ooh,
All right.
okay, and then I'm assuming, Coil, do you want to devote your evening to protecting Mr. Preston?
Yeah, that's what he'll be doing.
Okay.
He mostly just wants to keep an eye on him.
Yeah. Just be careful with him.
So we got the schmoozing party, the infiltrating party, and the Preston guardian.
Coil party.
Yeah.
The
Which,
babysitting.
like, if the schmoozing party needs to get a hold of you, like, you'll be easy enough to find. Like, you'll be in the main gala, so you can kind of count yourself with Gelnick, Trilby, and Hobson.
All right. Well, then in that case, Gelnick will wear the ring, the other
Yeah.
ring. Then.
Okay.
He'll hand it to Gelnick because there's no way he's giving it to Trilby. And Hobson, he doesn't know if Hobson or Vals is gonna
Yeah.
come out. So it's like safest bet's Gelnick.
I was just gonna say, like, the schmoozing seems in line with Vals.
Vals
Yeah.
will get carried away and forget the mission.
Also, just having a nice evening.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Vals is just having a nice evening. Oh, all this wine, all these nibbles, all these people wanting to talk about me.
Weirdly, Hobson has a wildly better charisma score, and yet Volz is the one who's going to take over.
Hey, just because you want to talk doesn't mean you're good at it.
All right.
I think we all have our jobs.
Yeah.
All right. So, does anyone have anything else they want to do, or you guys want to head to the gala?
Hmm?
I think we're
I
probably
think we're
ready.
good.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's set the scene here. Give you guys a nice little little introduction. Here, I'll bring you guys down to the front. And we got Coil and Preston, and then I believe that those are our two parties divided up. So you walk up to the estate of Mr. Jonathan Wick. It exudes nobility in its excessively garish and large design. The floors are this red-orange marble with accents of gold throughout them. The walls have these overpronounced moldings of rich dark wood, accented with many fine exotic paintings. They all have these small little arcane lights that are floating in the space that almost act as soft spotlights on the pieces of art that are on display. Some of them are even just like little pedestals with sculptures on them that are some more exotic and abstract than others, but enough people are kind of gathering around pointing at some of them in the foyer you find yourself in. There's 3 side doors as you first walk in, clearly marked for bathrooms, and then there's one for a coat room as well. You can see a few people kind of putting up their winter coats. At the opposite end of the wall, the back end of the foyer wall, you can see this half-elven woman is standing behind a semicircular desk. There's an odd array of these locked cabinets behind her, and you can see a few people, like, giving her a few gold, giving her a bunch of items, and she puts them in one of the cabinets, turns the key, and then hands them back the key. This is kind of like maybe the storage system that is used for the guests. You can see there's 2 main doors that lead into the the large open space that you can kind of just get a glimpse of behind the kind of crowd of people that are inside. They're both guarded by two like kind of large burly men they're dressed in these like fancy kind of like servant attire, but you can see there's a clear like this is the security of the event. There's probably in this like kind of foyer, which is not like a big, I mean it's big for a foyer. There's maybe like 25 people in here, and you can hear like a kind of hefty crowd inside. Just from Preston's kind of like basic intel, he's told you like there's probably gonna be like upwards of like 100 to 150 people at the gala. And just kind of schmoozing, some people dancing, some people just eating, drinking, being merry, being rich and wealthy. So yeah, you find yourselves in, and Preston kind of goes to do the like arm link with you, Coil, but he like holds it for a moment.
Coil just stares at him.
Oh, fine. Okay, well, I suppose we should get that put away. And he gestures to the sword on your back and starts to walk up to that semicircular desk where the woman is sitting.
And he will follow and pull the great sword off his back.
Just one cabinet for the lot of us should be good. And you can see he puts a few gold on the counter. At this point, who wants to put what away? Because if not, I need to know.
Bailey will put her
I-
staff up because there's
Okay.
no way she can conceal that.
I guess it'd be easier to say what I'm keeping rather than what I'm handing.
Okay.
over.
So what are you keeping?
So I'll be keeping obviously some of my rings. The ring obviously, and ring of the peephole, and ring of the obscuring.
Okay. Your rings, you feel like there is no, it's a nobles party. You're good.
Yeah, I can get away with those without having to excuse myself. I'm gonna keep
Can
the
I
little
keep-
guy whistle.
Okay.
Does that include my ring pop?
You know what? They might frown on that one, actually.
Okay, I'll check in my ring pop.
little,
on the
little
counter.
bit of a frown on the ring
It
book.
sticks to the countertop.
Yeah,
Oh,
keep
God.
the little guy whistle, and then I'm going to conceal my purging dagger on myself, but I'll hand in my other dagger.
Okay. All right, so she starts putting all this stuff in like one of these large cabinets, and it's weird because she's putting it in one that you saw someone already fill, like she already put stuff in this weirdly shaped cabinet. It's almost like you know when you go to the post office and then you're like, oh, select the size of box you want. It's kind of like all the bins are different shapes and sizes, probably because you're storing a greatsword is the one she chose.
Gotcha.
Who else is putting stuff away?
Trilby will hand over his short sword and crossbow,
Okay.
but he is going to keep his stuffed animals,
Excellent.
for lack of a better word.
Do they all have little like bow ties and stuff?
They yes, they're all slightly fancied up.
Okay.
And
Are you
he does
trying
have
to conceal them, or are they just on your person?
I think it's hard to hide them. There's like a teddy bear arm sticking out of a pocket here, you know, and like a weird rocking horse sticking out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit hard to. He's not a stealthy boy.
What?
I know. It's hard to
Is
believe.
Scrubbins getting put away?
Scrubbins is under his top hat.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Aw.
Very good. You got a Ratatouille situation going on. Okay,
If Trilby's extra dexterous, it's thanks to Scrubbins.
very good. Good to know.
Hobson doesn't really have anything to sorry, Hobson doesn't have anything really to put away. He shows up, he has his rings, even though neither of them are going to be particularly useful in any scenario I can imagine. But his sword is one that he conjures like
That's true. Yeah.
that's when he wants to, and otherwise he's got a bracer he can't take off, and that's about it.
Okay. And Gelnick?
Gelnick is going to put, let's see, he's got a quarterstaff, apparently. I didn't know I had that. But yeah, quarterstaff. His maraca hammer, a dagger, and he pulls his drum shield. And he's going to let them know that, like, it's a shield, like a weapon, but it is a drum, and he's going to present an argument that it's very sacred to him and his people and his culture, and if he could just stick with it, and he promises not to use it at all, just that it's very important to him.
Okay. She'll say like, "Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right. Just talk with the men at the door and let them know, and I'm sure it'll be okay."
Oh, thank you so much for understanding.
So she kind of puts all your stuff in there, turns a key, and hands over the key. Preston grabs it and he goes, "It's more of your stuff. Who wants this?"
I will. Double Leader will be in charge of all of your belongings.
Gelnick has the
Safer
key to
that
the
way.
front desk.
I'm
Probably
sure
for
that
the
won't
best.
become important later.
So with that, Preston looks to the group and he goes, "Well, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Please don't let anything happen to me." And he starts walking through. The guards don't even stop to check him, but like they kind of put the hand up on all of you and give you kind of a pat down. So I know Morenthal is hiding a weapon. Is anyone else hiding a weapon?
What do you mean by weapon?
Are you
Define
hiding something
weapon.
you shouldn't have?
Gelnick has his shield, but he's not hiding it. He's not going to deceive anyone that it does function as a shield and a drum, but he will be upfront about that.
Okay. When they stop you for that, I think like they'll go to say like nothing's allowed in. Preston will actually come back and goes, it's a cultural artifact. If anything, it's going to provide entertainment for the evening. I think you can let it go. And can you give me a persuasion or deception, your choice, with advantage?
Ooh, all right, persuasion it is. Let's see. Yeah, 16.
Okay. He goes, "Well, okay, if I hear anything fancy, you know who I'm coming for first." And he's like glaring daggers at you, but he let you bring the drum in.
Thank you so much. May Aether the Breaker bless you. Bless you.
Yeah. And then he turns his attention to the next one. So Morenthal, because I know you have stuff on you, give me a sleight of hand. A sleight of hand check to pocket this dagger somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's a nat 1, but it's still a 12.
It's a 12, and I rolled a 10. So they give you a sweep, and he allows
like-
you in.
Did you like stab it into your leg?
Amazing.
You like see where his hand is going, you're like whoop, and then just into your side.
Successfully failed.
Wait, question: are you high enough level rogue to have the thing where you can't roll under a 10 or something? Anyways,
I
you
don't
rolled
think
over a
so.
12. Anyways, so you were actually good. I rolled that bad.
Yeah, I think that's level 11. That's a
So
little higher.
for you know what? I'm just gonna do a perception check on you, Trilby, to see if they care about looking at your hat.
He's making like wooden click clack noises as he steps up. Like it's obvious he has a lot of stuff on him.
Okay. I think like initially they go to give you the pat, notice all the shit on you, kind of give you a pat. They look at the toys, they don't really care. Give me a skill of your choice for them not to look under your hat.
How about performance? Because I
Excellent.
have a couple points in that. Yeah. He
What
goes,
a
"How do you
genius."
do?" And he takes off his hat and reveals Scrubbins on his head.
That would be
Um,
so charming.
Preston kind of catches this and he goes, it's just a little boy. Let him have his toys. Come on. He's worked hard on it. Go ahead and give me deception or persuasion to try to talk these guards down.
Neither of these are good.
Whoa.
A dirty 20.
Okay.
I have +1 to charisma, or that's wisdom. Yeah.
You notice, like, as this conversation's happening, his eye kind of darts away from you, and you notice Preston has slipped him money. And he goes, "Go ahead."
Thank you, good sir. And he gives a very deep bow, and something falls out of his pocket, and he has to pick it up.
He's like, "Oh my god," and he kind of just shoves you into the ball.
The
So-
impact squeaks something.
The six of you, or seven with Preston, enter into this massive central room of the estate. Two large staircases on your left and right that lead up to
Oh, sorry, I did roll the wrong thing.
That's
You
all right.
rolled-
You still got a 19.
Yeah, you rolled a
base.
natural 19 with it, so it's fine.
Yeah, right.
Unless your charisma is dog shit.
Yeah, unless you have like a
No.
minus 10 to your roll.
My
You're good.
charisma's also +1. It's the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same.
Okay.
Totally
Just wanna
fine.
make sure we're good.
Yeah, I was like, oh, but I'm like, it's a natural 19. That's fine. You passed.
Hooray!
Oh, hang on. We got a new song while we enter the. Whoa! As soon as I clicked that, a car revved outside, and I was like, "What is this song?" All right, what is this? The large central room is massive. Two large staircases are on the left and right. They lead to an upper floor balcony that kind of surrounds the entire exterior of this room. You can see a few doors up there as well. There is a large piano that sits in the corner of one of the rooms, being played by a half-elven woman, wearing servant's attire, kind of the same you've expected or you've seen from the guards, the woman who was at the front desk and stuff like, and a few of the greeters. You can see a few other people walking around in that same kind of outfit with like small little platters of food and stuff like that. The center of this room, there is a massive, like 35, almost 40 foot cube structure that is completely surrounded with a like cloth curtain. There's a large kind of ornate decorative golden pull string that's kind of facing the center of the room where there's like a small little podium. Like there's probably going to be a presentation later in the evening at this point. In the corner of the room, you see these large like marble pedestals, and on the top of them there are figures depicted on each one. There's 4 of them, and you can see these are for the Divine Nine. You can see the Laughing Mask, Molten Hammer, the Guide, and the Plated Dragon, which kind of fits the entire vibe of nobility in Brightcoin, so it's easy enough to assume why those are chosen. On this first floor, you can see 5 main doors. One of them is currently open. You can see almost like a little bit of smoke coming through it. It looks like it's a sitting room. There's a lot of people coming in and out. And now that you're in this large space, excuse me, I had a burp. There's probably like over 100 people in this chamber. There's a few of these fancy little tables set up with multiple chairs. Those arcane lights that were kind of shining the art pieces in the foyer are kind of floating overhead, each of them, and there's like a nice bouquet of these flowers at each of them. Some of them are already filled with people who are, chatting and drinking and helping themselves to food. You can see in the back, one of the doors kind of keeps swinging opening, and it looks like that's probably like maybe a kitchen area, and next to it looks like there's a dining area because you see people heading in with their plates of food and stuff like that, or coming out with drinks. So outside of the main room, obviously there's a lot of people around. A few of them stand out. I would say like 80% of this room is humans. It's most of the nobility in Brightcoin. It's just a human-centric city. There are a few that stand out. Your group definitely stands out. But one figure that definitely has the attention of most of the people in the room is this portly human man, a large, finely maintained mutton chop, slicked back blonde hair, a rosy, almost sunburned nose and cheeks. He's these small little ornate glasses that accent the center of his face. And he's walking beside this large 6.5 foot tall figure wearing this golden accented white armor. Think like the Elite Knight from Dark Souls, like the main armor set, but it's white metal and there's gold filigree accents all throughout it. They have a hood up that kind of also matches the same like white and gold aesthetic, walking alongside them, and you can see they have a nice sword kind of at their hilt. This you are immediately. What was that? Oh, he.
Why does he get a sword?
Well, you can see because this portly man is Mr. Jonathan Wick. You are immediately pointed out by Preston, and his bodyguard Blade Goldwill. Other than that, there's still a few floors that you can. There's still a few doors that you don't know where they lead. Obviously, the upstairs, you're not sure where that is, but people start mingling and moving about. Preston kind of like immediately pulls Coil to the side and just says, okay, so I know at some point he's going to come up to me. I don't know at what point, but I figure I'm here to make a fancy face of myself and just, do the nobles thing and just look the part. So, if anything, if you have anyone you want to go talk to, by all means, please drag me away from literally anyone else here. And you guys are here at this fancy gala. What would you like to do?
Which way did you say the food was?
You can see people heading in the northern wall. It looks like there's 2 doors on the northern wall. Oh, you know what? I drew a map of this for myself, and I should have saved it. Where is it? Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I? You can see people are heading that way. You can clearly smell the kitchen. Is the left side. But you can see people heading in to dine on the right if you'd like to head that direction.
So dining is to the right.
Dining's to the right.
Gelnick is going to follow Trilby's lead.
Food.
It's a good lead.
Food.
Good lead.
Ah, the stomach of a warrior and the nose of a vulture.
It's a double leader. It's important to note that fancy people eat a lot of very small amounts of food.
What? That makes
I don't
no
know
sense.
why. It's fancy somehow.
Mm.
So
Why not simply eat a normal amount of large food?
I think it's a way that they show their restraint in not eating a lot at once. It doesn't make sense to me either, but just I'm letting you know, double leader, because I've seen this. I've seen these people. This kind of. I've never been anywhere this fancy, but fancy people they like a small plate with like a small little thing on it.
That is very peculiar indeed. I do not understand how they survive the winter eating so little.
Well, if they're like me, they just sneak it up to their room later and they eat a lot.
Oh. Very smart. Perhaps we can sneak it up to our rooms.
It's a plan. Follow me.
Are you guys going upstairs?
Isn't that you said east, right?
I said the north wall.
You said north. I thought that you said people were going to east to dine.
Yeah, there's 2 doors on the north. There's a left one and a right one. They go in the right one.
Of the 2.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can go upstairs if you want. I just not where I was not clear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're going where the food is.
Okay.
All right.
Trilby and Gelnick head off to the dining. Where is the rest? What's everyone else doing? Just so I have an idea of where you guys are or what you want to do.
Ayla's probably sticking really close to Morenthal because she doesn't want to be alone there and feels very out of place.
Okay.
Well, in that case, usually the upstairs is the best place to start, so he's just gonna look at Faylee and go, which one do you want to start with, left or right?
And Faylee nods left.
Western staircase it is.
All right.
It's gonna make our way over there.
And Hobson.
Hobson goes to try to find kind of a drink, whether that's like a bar or people with like bringing little trays around with little glasses or something, and probably positions himself kind of on one of the other staircases just to get a view of the space a little better, and also try to very quickly just learn by watching people in the room get a sense for what is acting normal in this space.
Okay.
So that he can try to imitate it as quickly as possible.
All right. So it's easy enough there's like a small gnome comes walking up in the servant's attire. You kind of grab just like some bubbly champagne off of them and just little like flute glasses they're walking around with. You stand out there. Give me a perception check of just looking around the space.
Okay. It would be a 20 if my wisdom wasn't not great.
Yeah, no, it's still very good.
Negative wisdom.
It's one of those like 80% of the people here are doing the like, this is how a noble person acts. And then there's the like people who are probably more important than the rest of them who are just acting however they want. Obviously no one's like over the top, you know, like having a party or anything like that. But there's quite a few people kind of sitting at the tables. There's a few people leaning against the wall, kind of just like wallflowering the entire situation, just people watching. It's kind of a mishmash. Like, even though there's like maybe 2 or 3 gnomes and halflings at this party, like no one seems to really care about looking at other people unless they're like looking for someone specifically. Like everyone's here just to relax and have a party. So even with your kind of like awkwardness of getting used to it, you don't think you're really out of place.
Okay. Is Mr. Wick in the, like, is he mostly located in this room here, or is he moving around?
He's kind of just like bopping around from conversation to conversation. You can see he's like probably surrounded by like 10 or so people now, and he's, you know, grand gestures that he makes that are like just over the top. If anything, he looks like he's faking it the most, like when you kind of did a quick comb of the room. Like he doesn't give off that vibe of nobility that I think, you know, like when people have born and raised in that kind of give off a different presentation. He seems a lot more loose, but still trying to like maintain that facade, if so to say.
That makes sense. So, all right, as long as I'm scoping the place out, I might as well go ahead and get detect magic in on it. Is there anything in this room anyway that lights up as especially or unusually magical?
Yes. all of the little like floating lights obviously ping. You can see a few things of like some of the bushes nearby you have small little like almost like wafts of scent coming from them. You can pinpoint a few items on just anyone around you of just like rings and necklaces and earrings and stuff. There's a few of them. None of them are like really strong. Like you're not getting anything like a ring of protection maybe is probably like the biggest kind of ping you're getting is like, okay, that's strong enough to maybe be something in line with like an artifact we have, you know?
Gotcha. Anything on Wick and or Wick's bodyguard?
Yes. Blade Goldwill is glowing. He's just, his entire being is glowing. You can see, there's a few things that kind of glow, like, it looks like Mr. Wick has a bunch of shit on him, which probably makes sense because of how wealthy he is and how much he's flaunting it. He probably looks like you're getting a pretty strong ping from him, we'll say.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's kind of all over his body, though.
Gotcha. Noted. Okay.
Okay.
I love the idea of Hobson just casting detect magic and then immediately flashbanging himself with it.
Just looking like the sun's in his eyes, just in a dim room, just like,
Yeah.
Okay, cutting over to Trilby and Gelnek, you guys enter into the dining hall. The doors here are like the kitchen like swinging doors, like you can just push on them. There's no latch or anything. And you can see there's even a connecting room on like the left side when you enter that connects directly to the kitchen. There's a massive table that could probably seat 60 comfortably, filled with an array of foods, whole cooked pigs, turkeys, slabs of ribs and steaks, freshly picked fruits and berries, steamed and baked veggies, pastries, cheeses, smoked smoked meats, and most importantly, the hash browns. They really stand
Oh,
out.
yeah.
You can
loaded
see
them up.
on the right side of the wall, there's kind of like an entire wall, like almost like if you've been to a nightclub that's like really over the top and fancy. It's got like the entire wall is covered in bottles. There's a few barrels stacked on the side. It just kind of takes over that entire side of the room. And there is a dwarven man wearing the servant's clothing behind the counter, and he's already like helping a few customers. You can see there's maybe like 3 or 4 people just kind of like hanging out, chatting by the bar. The rest of them kind of like grab their drink and go.
Gotcha.
By the breaker. This could feed the entirety of the Ostanky generations for centuries to come.
Double leader, calm down.
Sorry.
Grab a tiny plate.
But
Small plate. Do as I do. Trilby's gonna. I'm assuming it's like a self-serve situation.
Yeah, there's little like small like between the food, there's stacks of plates and silverware and stuff. And like as you're doing this, like someone walks up and eats one single grape and then keeps walking. Like
Trilby's gonna see that, grab a little plate, and then find like a single square of cheese, and put it on the center of his plate.
Mhm.
And then maybe he grabs like there might be like sometimes at like a buffet kind of thing, there's like bits of like leaves of lettuce that are not meant to be eaten, but they're like framing the food. I think
Yeah.
he grabs one of those too.
excellent.
He starts eating the fucking garnishing.
Yeah. And then he
Gelneck
nods at Gelneck.
Ale and
Gelneck mimics him hesitantly, just like grab one cheese and just eyeing the plate.
humanoid traditions continue to confuse me.
You and me
And he
both.
He will reluctantly follow Trilby's lead.
Think fancy.
Fancy.
And Gelneck will struggle to creak up one pinky while he holds the cheese and nibbles on it.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
The two of you, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay.
So I should do persuasion now to balance it out.
Sure.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a performance. God damn it. There's too many. I rolled a 3. It wouldn't have been good. My perception is +3. It would have been a 6.
Okay.
My persuasion perception was a 19.
Gelnick, I think you're too uncomfortable with what you're doing to pay attention to what's happening around you. And it's just like all this food in front of you, and you have a brick of cheese on your plate, and that's it. Trilby, you notice over at the bar, one of the people who's just kind of sitting chatting, they currently don't have anyone sitting next to them, and you can see them say a few words to the bartender. And they turn and lock eyes with you. It is a voluptuous human woman wearing this golden white gown. And she's sitting on like a swivel kind of a bar seat. And she, as soon as she connects eyes with you, she pats the stool next to her.
Are you sure it's not black and blue?
It's
Oh,
black. It's
no.
actually, yes, it's black. It changes depending on the lighting in the room. So
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay.
Trilby's gonna kind of nudge at Gelneck and gesture to the woman. I think she wants to schmooze.
Well, go on. You are the one who is used to this fancy dining gala and wear.
Yes, I am. He's gonna totter over in that direction with his
Gelneck's
plate.
gonna keep an eye out around him, just in case. Just keeping an eye out.
okay. You can see probably just like the uncomfort and the rudeness of some of the people is like, you can see a few people instinctively go to like ask you for help and realize you're not wearing like servant's clothes, Gelnek, and then like move on. And it's just not a great feeling. But you do catch like a few people just being like, oh, so sorry about that. And then they move on. Trilby, you walk over, this woman is staring at you. She's making eyes at you. And she offers the chair. Do you go take the chair?
Before sitting down, he's gonna say, "Good evening, nice miss. How are you on this fine evening?"
I think my evening just got better. Would you have a seat, please?
Thank you. He's gonna sit down.
She extends a hand out, and she goes, Sasha Navor, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Trilby Hornsparrow, the pleasure's all mine. Shakes her hand. Sasha something?
Sasha Navor.
Navor.
Are you having anything to drink? I can't help but notice you don't have anything yet.
Oh, that would be lovely. Thank you. Trilby's just trying to desperately remember all the manners that were drilled into him as a child.
She waves over the dwarf and he goes, what can I get you?
What do you recommend?
We got a lot of wines, probably something good like that, or you can do any spirits, you know, we got a few casks of ale we cracked open. Your pick.
What is Sasha drinking?
She probably has like a martini, like, it's like,
Oh no.
I'll have what she's having.
He raises an eyebrow and he goes, coming up. He comes back like a few moments later, puts the glass down. You can see there's like an olive with a small little like chopstick, or not chopstick, toothpick sticking through it. And she turns her attention back to you and she goes, so you don't seem like the typical guest at Mr. Wick's estate. What brought you here on this fine evening?
Oh, well, I'm sorry if my presence has offended you, ma'am. I can
Oh, no,
leave.
not at all. I'm fascinated.
Well, you know, I'm here with a group. You know, I'm originally from Philgrove, and my father is the captain of the Crown's Guard. And
that's very impressive.
Yeah, and so we're here just hanging out.
And who did you say you were attending the gala with, or your party, your group? You said.
Oh yeah, that's Double Leader, and he's gonna turn over and point to wherever he left Double Leader, wherever Gelnek is at present.
Gelnek is gonna wave, like kind of, just completely revealing himself.
Yes.
And watching, staring, like not realizing that he probably shouldn't.
She does like the rolling finger wave to you, Gelnek, as she like goes back to me and goes, ah, yes, okay, you are an interesting one indeed. So you said you're here just what, schmooze? You said anything fun like that?
I think at this point Trilby's gonna grab the olive and pop it into his mouth. And probably have a very bad time.
Yeah, probably. I'll let you play that
one. Oh, I need some more cheese. Pops the cheese in his mouth as a chaser. A cheeser chaser.
Yeah. Cheese chaser. As you recover from that, let's cut to our infiltration unit. Phelan Mornthal, you reach the upper floor. You can see down into this kind of central chamber everywhere. You can have a good kind of view of the entire crowd. You do notice the cloth is like covered over the top of this cube as well. You can tell it's like resting on like some kind of grating of some sort, like a metal grating. just with like the bends in the fabric. But you do see there are 5 doors upstairs. There's 3 on the western wall that you are currently at, and then there's 2 on the eastern wall. You do see the entire like balcony like kind of continues, so you can walk all the way around the room without having to go back downstairs.
Okay.
There's a few pieces of art on the wall. You can see with those same little like spotlight arcane orbs. There's a few people kind of here schmoozing, talking, like having a little bit away from the crowd. Some of them are just kind of like leaning on the railings, looking over. So you're not like the only ones upstairs. It doesn't feel like you're not allowed to be here. It's just kind of like a smaller section of the main room.
Okay. I guess we'll start on the leftmost door.
All right.
Give a look see through.
Do you go to just open it or?
Hand on doorknob, listening at the door, and then opening it if I hear nothing.
Okay, give me a perception.
Okay. How's a 12, Dan?
You hear faint giggling.
Like open it a crack.
You can see there's 2 people on a bed.
I want to shut the door.
Getting a quick little glimpse of the room though, it looks like maybe like a guest room.
Not that one. Next door, Dan.
Next door. Next door you go to, you kind of give it the same little crack. It looks like a very similar styled room, not locked at all. This one does not have giggling and adult activities in it.
Or the same sort of guest room style.
Yeah, same style, same layout, same furnishings.
We appear to be in the guest wing. Third and final door, Dan.
And you wouldn't believe it if I told you it's another guest room.
Oh
Is
my
there anyone in
god.
this one?
No one's in this one.
Oh, shame.
No giggling. You caught the one.
No giggling.
Caught the one room first.
Okay. May as well walk around the balcony to the other side then. Sort of, I guess keeping an eye out for like staff as we do. Sort of watching if like staff are going in certain directions or looking at certain people, that sort of thing.
Okay, give me a perception check. Both of you.
6. You want to do 1, 2, Fairly?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it up.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a bit slow sometimes.
Yeah, my character sheet is showing as blank.
Oh.
So let me reload the page again.
I'll just say this. You catch no one looks like they're directly looking at the two of you, kind of combing through the party. You do notice just their like Mr. Wick and Blade's kind of presence. Blade is like his head is on a swivel. Like he's looking around. You can catch him looking up at the balcony kind of a few times, not directly pointed at you, but just like a few people who are like watching over the party and stuff. He's very aware.
Yeah. No
Okay,
sneaking
yeah.
up on that bad boy.
Yeah, with the 12, you easily notice that.
Perfect.
I will say, Faye, because you notice this, you downstairs you can see this this woman. She's wearing like kind of this gaudy red and orange dress that like just does not work. And you can see a small creature like for a second you just catch like a glimpse of like what looks like almost like spider thread before you realize it's a glint of a chain, like wire or a really tiny chain, and it looks like it's attached to this lady's wrist and this little like flying creature. It's hard to make it out because they kind of glow brightly, but they have like a small little like almost like pixie dust kind of coming from their wings that looks like embers of a fire, and it kind of like flies up for a bit and then perches back on their shoulder.
Bailey's gonna point at it and point it out to Mornthal.
Huh.
What is that?
Would I know what that is?
I would say both of you. Actually, both of you have like you've seen the shittier side of Noble's life at some point. You think it's probably someone just being like, "Look at this exotic creature I have." Like,
yeah. Showing off, as always. They love doing that.
Of course, yeah. Have to be the best, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh well. Let's keep checking these doors.
All right.
Oh, the eastern side now, Dan.
eastern side. All right, which door first? The one you're at?
The closest one to me.
Excellent. Let me see which one that is. Cool. You give this one a kind of like stealthy turn. It is locked.
Ah. This is what we're looking for. Do I hear anything on the other side of the door?
Perception check.
13.
Seems quiet. You're kind of like directly over like where the piano's situated too, so it's a little hard to hear, but
Yeah. I would like to try and open that door, Dan.
all right. Are you doing this stealthily?
Oh, you know I am.
All right. Give me a stealth and then a lockpick. Oh,
30.
oh, yeah. Good.
And then using the thieves' tools. That's a 26 with them.
26. It's a pretty common lock. You massively pop this open, give it a turn, pop it just enough so it doesn't latch. With your high stealth, you look around. Looks like no one's directly looking at the two of you. Do you want to look in, pop in? What do you want to do?
Let's
Look in.
yeah.
Okay.
Or do you wanna just go in?
Look in just a little bit.
Just a quick little peek of a crack. It's a lot more opulent. You can immediately get the sense this is probably like a master bedroom. Like there's a big fancy bed in it. A lot more spacious than the other rooms. You can see like an opposite door on the end of the hall as soon as you kind of pop open, but that's kind of what you get from just a glimpse.
Do you want to be lookout or do you want me to be lookout?
I'll be lookout.
Okay. And I'm just going to slide in.
All right. You see this large chamber, a massive bed with a mirror mounted on the ceiling above it.
Of course.
These large wardrobes that are still open, and you can see like a few clothes on the floor in front of it, and then like outfits thrown on the bed beside it. Like Mr. Wick didn't know what he wanted to wear. The room kind of continues into a you see that door that you saw is slightly cracked open, and it looks like it's probably a bathroom. There's kind of like a marble tiled floors compared to the nice like burgundy carpet that's under your feet right now. Against the opposite wall of the bed, you can see a large desk with a small stack of books and papers on them, kind of looking like they've been pushed to the side, like ready to be transported or brought back. Small potted plants decorate the room, and you can see a few of those arcane lights are accenting a few like paintings on the wall, and also like plentiful of them over the desk to actually like provide good lighting.
Okay. I guess I'll make my way to the desk then.
Making my way.
Have a look
Okay.
at those papers. Being careful as well of any, traps or alarms that may be left
Okay.
behind.
Give me a investigation just for keeping an eye out for maybe potential traps.
20. Dirty 20.
It looks like a bedroom. Like if there is any traps, they're beyond your knowledge. It seems safe. You make your way over. You can see it's mostly books. You can see a few papers kind of like shoved between some of the books. A lot of them were like how to and of like proper manners, which fork to use, like that kind of shit, like how to be a noble.
Idiot's Guide to Nobility.
Idiot's Guide to be a noble. Yeah.
It's all those yellow books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if it's all that, is there any sort of like drawers or anything that seem like there could be anything in there? Like
there
any
are
more
two
paper?
drawers on the desk. Yes.
I'll open them, see what's inside them.
One of them, you open and it's kind of just a mishmash of like, it's the like the drawer in everyone's house that has just random shit in it that they don't know where to put. The other one is
drawer.
locked.
Locked, you say?
Mm-hmm.
What? I think you mean it's unlocked, Dan. 14.
It's actually still locked.
Yeah.
You got too confident.
See, this is why you poo-pooed me when I bought multiple kits, multiple thieves tools.
So you go
And
to
this is
work
exactly
this one.
why.
It's like a finer tool, and like that pick breaks off in it. But you can give it another shot because no one's watching or anything.
I'm not letting it get to me. We'll give it another shot. 17. This time.
17 pops it open. Inside you can see there's a few papers. A lot of them are blank. Like it looks like there's a few bottles of ink and some quills in it and stuff. You can see like as you kind of pick up and do a quick little like scan through them, a kind of like a thinner, like almost like a receipt kind of sized paper falls out, and you can see there's kind of like scribbles on it.
I'm gonna read that.
You know it reads, it says 2 steps in, 8 to the left, 12 forward, 6 to the right.
So 2 steps in. What was it again? Hang on. Say
Two,
it again.
2
sorry.
in, 8 to the left, 12 forward, 6 to the right, and then straight.
6 to the right and straight.
And you can see kind of like under it, hastily kind of like just scribbled, it says, talk to Elzar.
That sounds like some tasty information.
Other than that, though, you don't really catch much of anything. It doesn't look like the desk is really used that much. Probably mostly for reading and stuff.
Anything going on out in the hall?
Phaley's dead.
Don't say that.
I mean, that's technically right.
Phaley, give me a perception check.
26, boss.
You, as you're hanging here for a bit, maybe like 2 minutes into it, and you can hear like faint rummaging around in the room. You notice Blade kind of like turns his attention to you. He kind of turns away, looks back, and like you notice like once it's been like a minute and he's watching you and you're still standing in that spot, like you can see he whispers down, he like bends down into Jonathan's ear and then starts walking up the staircase towards you.
Oh, fuck me.
He's not like in a rush, like mad dashing to you. It's just like a casual thing you notice.
There's like a banister, right?
Oh yeah.
Can I just like lean over it casually?
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna do that.
After he slowly walks it up and he goes, as soon as he speaks, it's very reminiscent to Coil's voice. That kind of like tinny, hollow, kind of like reverberations that creates the sound. He goes, "Is there anything I can do for you, miss?"
No, thank you. I just needed a little bit of space, so I came up here.
Give me a deception check.
Yeah.
I rolled a nat 1. he looks you up and down, and he goes, "Please enjoy your evening."
Thank you, you too.
And he kind of starts to just like walk down the hall, and he kind of just positions himself on the railing, like we'll say this is him. He kind of just positions himself, arm out here, and he begins to like re-look through the crowd. Every now and then you could catch him like side eye toward your way, but after maybe like another minute, he walks down the stairs and goes to join Jonathan again.
Okay, I'm gonna peek in the room and, hey, you almost done?
I think so, yeah. I don't think there's anything else that would catch my eye while I'm in there, Dan, is there?
No. You the bathroom's like really nice. Like there's like a jacuzzi tub. That's like and a natural waterfall for the shower. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Faley just opens the door, be like, "You nearly done?" You just hear a flush. Yeah, we'll make our way out. Is it everything all right out there?
Just people getting curious as to what's going on. We should be careful.
Well, you too. Okay. Let's leave and lock. Can I lock the door behind me again?
Sure. Give you got a pretty nice roll on this. I'll say with that roll, like you're easy. You know the lock that they used for this, so it's quick enough to do.
Yeah. Try and make it like there was no one in there at all.
And do you leave the upstairs, or do you continue to that last room?
But I guess I'll ask Faley. Leave it up to Faley, because like if everyone is getting suspicious around us being up here, it might not be safe to go to the other door. So how do you think we should go to the last one?
I could go in, so he does. Well, I told him I needed some space, so I don't think it will be weird if I stay out here. I think it'll be okay.
Okay, I trust you.
I'm gonna stay kind of over here, though. That's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Final door it is then.
Okay. As you approach the final door, let's cut to Coil. Coil, you're hanging with Preston, who is like it's a side of him you're all too familiar with, that probably many others haven't seen. He is the like gossip girl in high school of like trash talking everyone he looks at. Like he's just like, oh, this couple, I can't believe it. Like, oh, hi, good to meet you. Yes. Did you know she's having an affair with him? It's disgusting. Like, it's just that kind of thing. Everyone who he comes up, he just kind of puts on a face. After like a few kind of people come up and introduce him, he does like over the top. He goes, oh, and this is my loyal bodyguard, Coil. Aren't they wonderful? He just kind of oversells it every time. But once there's like a kind of break in the people kind of coming up and greeting him, and he goes, well, I am sick of talking to people. Does anyone catch your fancy? Please, anyone who's not someone I see every other day?
Well, what do you know about the other armored one with the sword?
Well, one thing I do know, I believe he is similar to you, obviously not, as high class as you are. But Mr. Wick acquired him maybe a month or prior. Ever since he started having these kind of elaborate parties, he's been glued to his side. From just the amount of wealth he's throwing around, I would not be surprised Mr. Goldwill is packing plenty of firepower.
Nice.
I've never seen him in action, though.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Wick?
I
Or are
really
you avoiding
don't.
that?
I know he's going to come after me at some point in the evening, just to rub elbows or whatnot. I'd like to avoid him until then. If anything, just waving at across him from the crowd is enough for me, and he does that as he's saying that to you. Like, he's gritting his teeth as he's saying this with a big smile. He's like, this is enough.
This fucking asshole.
Go ahead and give me a perception, Coil, and I'll point out a few maybe like interesting folks that maybe catch your interest.
13.
Okay. You also notice this humanoid woman wearing the tacky red and orange dress with the like small faint chain attached to this what looks like to be a fairy, because you're much closer to them. You can see there is a like very well dressed, his sideburns, his goatee, his eyebrows all have like an angular design to him and like not a hair out of place. It is like, and it's also, he stands out because there's a hobgoblin in like this formal robe, kind of casually talking amongst the party. No drinks or anything in his hands. He just kind of like, he looks well respected in the space, and doesn't see much for conversation, but he catches your eye. You can see this tall, like bronze-skinned woman who's wearing like military formals, is kind of walking around. She also has a sword on her back, which is probably great sword size. A few people are talking to her, and she seems very polite and respected as well. Anyone else? You notice a group of 3 kind of hanging. They're just humans, like they don't seem fancy or anything like that. But like one of them, he's like maybe a teenager, he's like you keep catching him looking at you like every now and then, and it's not like I'm glaring at you. It's like maybe interest or curiosity. But he keeps like glancing back and forth, and every time like you notice him, he turns his head to the side like really quick.
Gotcha.
But other than that, there's a lot of people. No one else seems like really much of interest. It's just like a bunch of human nobles.
Mm-hmm. He will point out the woman in the military formals and be like,
Do you know who she is?
Yes. I believe Vixen Mercidia, I believe was her name. She's actually the commanding officer of the Griffin Riders. It's of the Griffin unit that's based out of Brightcoin. They've since been adopted to the Crown's Guard, but I think they still only operate out of Brightcoin themselves.
I see.
I don't see why she gets a sword, and you don't.
Well, maybe we can ask.
Let's. And he starts to walk in her direction.
Coil will follow.
As you kind of approach, there's a few other people standing around that she's talking to, and she turns and gives like a small nod to Preston, and Preston goes, Miss Mercidia, it's a pleasure. Preston Fitzclarence of the House of Fitzclarence. Have you met my bodyguard, Coil? He's all the rave about you.
Coil will do a little bow, but
she gives a gentle bow back, and she goes, I hope you all are having a wonderful evening today. It's an honor to be here with Mr. Wick.
Are you here on an official capacity then?
No, to be honest, I've missed most of the other events, and it was high time I paid Mr. Wick a bit of respect and accepted his offer. After he's done so much for the Crown's Guard and the city, I couldn't help but at least show my face.
He'll nod understandingly.
Not much for these sort of gatherings.
Same. I'm kind of here just to make sure he sees me, and then I think I might go.
That is very understandable.
Although I will say I'm a little curious about this, and she nods to the large cube in the center of the room.
Yeah. I suppose you don't know much more than we do.
No. I spoke briefly with another guest who said they were speaking with Mr. Wick, and maybe in like an hour's time, I think he said he's going to do a grand reveal of his next project. So maybe I guess I should hang around till then.
I see. An hour?
Well, yeah, the night is young, I guess. So. They did have an open bar, I think, right? Tess goes,
Something
oh
like
yes,
that.
it's right over there. Well, I don't want to keep the two of you. I'm sure you have many people to say hi to, and maybe I should grab something to eat and drink first before. Coil, it was, yes?
Yes.
It was a pleasure. Preston, I'm sure
Pleasure
I'll
too.
see you again. She gives you both a little bow and starts to head towards the dining hall as well. As we cut back to Trilby coughing on a martini olive.
So
in the
then,
time-
so then I,
Oh, yeah, go
I
ahead.
says to them, then I says, gang, we gotta get out of this flesh cavern and get back to Bill and his brother Bill. Hey, keep the martini, keep the olives coming.
That is
No.
wonderful. I love your stories. You
No,
seem
don't
like
don't
you
dunk
have...
it, don't dunk it, just the raw olive.
Give
Yeah,
him what he
mhm.
wants. He comes and just dumps some olives in your martini. You seem like you have
really cool. Like there was this mushroom guy. His name was Me. And he was
That's-
so cool.
fascinating.
Mm. I want
You know,
to
Gelnick.
Are you
Truly,
gonna
it
finish that?
was, yes.
Mhm.
I'm starting to think you're not as interesting as I thought.
Oh, I get that sometimes.
Was Gelnick walking up?
No, Gelnick is watching, and he is fascinated at the different method of storytelling that Trilby has been partaking, and he's actually taking notes. And he's like,
Oh.
oh, this must be the way that the rich people, the rich humanoids, talk with each other. So Gelnick is watching intently. Just because he's double leader doesn't mean he can't learn something.
He is going to learn backwards from what he already knows.
Well, maybe you can still be of interest, Mr. Trilby. You said you've traveled the world with your companions, doing all these brave feats and recovering these magical artifacts. Is there?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like you have quite the life. Like everything's figured out for you.
No, if I'm able to send money back home to my family, then I'm happy.
And that's it. That's all you want. The money for your family.
He always sits there and thinks about it for a minute. Yeah, I guess so.
Well, this has been lovely, dear. And she gets up and walks away.
He reaches out to shake her hand as she goes.
You are dead to her.
Oh, the schmoozing party's going well.
As-
Trilby's
as-
gonna put 10 gold on the bar and be like, can I have some water?
Yeah, you got it. Here, he gives you a nice big glass of it.
And go.
You went through all my olives. I have to go out back, so just tell
Don't
them to
make- don't
holler
make-
if they need me. And he starts to walk.
Don't we watch the bar?
Just for a second. We're short staffed.
Trilby gets up and stands behind the bar.
This is becoming an IT crowd episode.
He comes back in like a minute, but you see he's got like a small bowl full of olives, and he's like, "Oh, thanks."
In that time, there's a long line and everything's on fire.
How did you do this?
I don't know. I didn't know alcohol could burn.
Oh, you. Just go. I'll
What do
fix
you?
this.
It's liquid. What do you mean it's flammable?
Trilby just lining up flaming shots.
Come on down. So yeah, he comes back in a moment, fixes everything, shoos you away from the bar. He goes, if you want an actual drink, come back, but you can get water somewhere else.
Thanks. What's your name? My name's Trilby Hornsparrow.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm just scrolling through my notes here. My name's Gortess Steel Eye. Pleasure.
Gortess Steel Eye. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, they called me that because I have a steel eye.
Why do they call you Gortess?
That's my name.
See you later, Steel Eye.
Yep.
Gelnek is probably writing on a napkin.
Make sure that if courting fails, to at least make friend on your way out.
Aw.
Aw, excellent.
That's just Trilby's way through the world. Well, that went well.
So
I think Trilby's gonna head back over to Gelnek.
Now tell me, Trilby, are humanoid courting rituals usually so one-sided? You talked a very long time and did not seem to learn much of that woman.
Was a courting ritual?
Was it not? Gelnek is very confused sometimes.
Trilby's just kind of staring off in the middle distance.
For Gelnek has heard of these schmoozings and have heard it sometimes and not quite sure exactly what it means.
Well, you know, when I was little and I would go to, you know, dinner parties and stuff, it always seemed like schmoozing just meant talk at each other and it's boring.
Oh.
So that's, I just, I should have asked her more about her, huh?
And rich people find this fun?
Hmm.
Well, in Ustenki culture, during courting, we usually like to challenge each other to a duel. Usually very, well, after eating, of course. After preparing and having the traditional pre-duel meal. But,
Yeah.
oftentimes you learn much about your partner through how they fight.
I don't know if I've been to a lot of dinner parties that have fighting. You know, sometimes they get angry, but not, you know, not fighting. I would
Perhaps
love to
they're
go
romantic.
to an. I would love to go to an Ustenki style dinner party sometime.
Oh,
That sounds
perhaps-
more
oh,
fun.
If we... you give Double Leader a good idea. Perhaps next time we are paid. Oh. Gelnek will have to throw traditional Ustenki party.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Okay, now help me load up my pockets with these small meats.
Ah, yes, the taking it upstairs to your room part of the ritual. Yes.
Yep, but don't
And
tell
as-
anyone.
As we do that, we cut to Hobson as the two of them stuff their pockets with meat. Hobson, you're still overlooking the crowd. What's Hobson doing?
He's been watching the room, trying to get a vibe for kind of how the normal person acts in this, or well, the normal person who would normally be at this sort of thing acts at this sort of gala, and he feels like he's starting to get a sense for it. So he'll try to imitate that as best he can, and he's also been trying to do his best to keep an eye on Mr. Wick and everyone that Mr. Wick talks to, and see if he can find whoever it is that seems most relaxed and comfortable talking to Mr. Wick, like someone who might actually know him and maybe be worth asking questions of.
Okay. One thing you notice is like everyone seems so happy to see Mr. Wick and like excited that they're speaking with him. Like it's so good to see an old friend. Like it's kind of that vibe with like everyone in the party. You do catch him speaking for a while. And you can, and I think the one thing that kind of like stands out at you is like he looks a little like Mr. Wick looks a little frustrated, but he kind of like brushes it off after a moment of talking to this man. It's kind of like a sharp pointed nose, human, slicked back black hair that kind of like goes into a fade in the back. Wearing very nice like white suit with a red little like tie. And I think as like after they end the conversation, you see that man and he kind of takes out his he takes a small little like not tablet, but just like a little writing pad out of his pocket, makes a few notes and like puts it back in his pocket, and then like he kind of goes over and takes one of the empty seats at a table, and kind of just like does the like I'm sitting thinking about what I just heard, and then like you can see him like collect himself before he like goes back to rejoin the party.
All right, Hobson kind of drains the last of the champagne that he had and decides to like, all right, and go head in the general direction of wherever that man is heading to back in the party area, to kind of stand nearby and strike up a conversation.
You catch him kind of like as he's sitting and he stands up, brushes himself off. You notice he's got like this nice little like silver pin on his pocket. That it looks like a letter C with like a like almost like a fancy lock and key kind of crest on it. He stands there for a moment watching the party, waves to a few people, kind of deep breath, and he starts heading north towards the bar. So he kind of like passes by you.
Okay. If he's headed toward the bar, then Hobson follows to like, assuming he's going to get a drink or something, Hobson goes to try to under the basically to be like, oh, I am also going to the bar to get a drink.
Okay.
Just coincidentally happened to sidle up next to the guy.
Yeah. Easy enough to do. And I think even if he notices you, he just gives you like a nice pleasant bow, or just like tilt of his head out of respect, and kind of like continues walking.
Yeah, all right, then then Hobson tries to, once he gets to the bar, get there maybe like a few seconds after to ask for a drink whenever it's his turn, and then while they are both kind of waiting there for a moment, Hobson nonchalantly looks over, just like, says, "Lovely evening."
Oh, it's a beautiful event, of course.
That's fantastic.
I don't believe
I've not made it to many of these.
I don't believe I'm familiar with you. Are you familiar with Mr. Wick in some capacity?
I am. I've not had the pleasure to actually speak with him much. I've been hoping to get a chance to sometime this evening if I can. It's a lovely place he has. It seems fascinating. Do you know Mr. Wick?
Yes, I'm quite familiar. Old friends. I've done some work for him in the past. Yeah.
Oh, I've done some work for him. Interesting. Hobson acts sort of like distracted, notices the little pin with the C on it, and sort of immediately like, oh, what is the? Just sorry to change the subject. What does the C stand for?
Oh, well, this, and he kind of like proudly presents his like breast pocket, like he kind of gets like a little ego inflate. He's like, oh well, I don't know if you know who you're speaking with. I'm Elzar Constance of Constant Security.
The Elzar Constance. Oh, well, my goodness. And Hobson does his best to like starts and stops doing like two different bow curtsy type things he's seen other people do to try to decide which one, this one, and then does that one really quick. It says, it's a pleasure. I've heard of your work. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to run into you here.
Oh, well, yes, of course. I was, a dear friend of Mr. Wick, and many of the residents here are clients of mine, so, why not have a nice evening for a change? And I was also personally requested by Mr. Wick to come speak with him, and, well... Anyways, are you having a drink? I could use one right now.
I have goodness, may I get you this next round?
Oh, that would be lovely. What a charmer.
Hobson asks, forgetting completely that this is an open bar. Hands.
Next round's on me, guys.
Pushes coins over to the bartender.
That's a me
who I'm
move.
sure
That's an
gives a very
IRL me
confused
move
look.
right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure the bartender is confused when he pays for the drinks, but I think Hobson then, when he gets the chance, asks, so how did you first meet Mr. Wick?
Well, the funniest thing is, I was on the outskirts of the city. I was going for a bit of a stroll, a morning exercise. I love taking in that fresh smell of the plains. And there was actually a caravan of highwaymen that came and, they demanded my coin purse and all the belongings on me. And luckily enough, the Crown's Guard came. And it seems they were alerted by Mr. Wick of my danger. So when I went and thanked him, and of course, came into work with him for his personal vault and many other interactions. Of course, we're very close. But I was very thankful for that moment.
Oh, I imagine. Oh, it's fantastic.
And you said you haven't met him yet, but are you here with someone?
Oh yes, I was a +1 invite from a friend, Preston. Sorry, what's Preston's last name again? Sorry,
Fitz Clarence.
Dan's spaced on her just now. Clarence. All right.
Fitz Clarence.
Fitz Clarence. Right.
It's
So yeah.
great name.
Thank you. Fitz Clarence. I was a +1 invite from Fitz Clarence. It's just quite fortunate. I don't really know a whole lot of people here in town.
Well,
It's a bit of lovely to visit.
if you're friends with Preston, I'm sure you'll have your connections. He's another one of my clients, of course. I work with everyone here, but never personally interacted much with Mr. Fitzclarence. So he kind of looks mournful to himself, and then takes a big drink of whatever you got him.
Ooh, it's looking mournful. Is it looking like he is seeming down or disappointed, or more just or is it sort of like a ugh, that guy sort of reaction?
More like he's something's bothering him, and he kind of dropped the I'm at a fancy ball for a moment.
Is Hobson smart enough to actually identify that and notice?
Give me an insight check.
All right.
Nope. But while you schmooze and talk him up, let's do a cut over to the infiltration team. Mornthal's heading to that room.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going about this?
I guess cautiously, considering Bailey did just tell me that someone was a little bit suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say cautiously and stealthily as I can.
Okay.
Just checking no one's looking at me, of course, before checking what's in that final door.
You walk up to that door. It is locked. You give it a quick little test.
What a surprise. Do I hear anything behind it?
Perception.
Perception. 20. Dirty.
Dead silent.
Dead silent? Oh boy, that's my favorite kind. Would you like stealth and thieves' tools again?
Of course. I mean, you could not be stealthy about it if you'd like.
Yeah, I could not be stealthy. 15 on the stealth.
Okay.
14 on this lock.
14, just shy. It's the same lock, but maybe it was installed wrong, so it feels a little awkward.
Take a second. Get a little breath. Whew. 21.
Okay. You pop it open.
Okay. I'm gonna just do one last quick check that no one's looking at me before I slip in.
Perception.
8.
Seems all clear.
I'm slipping in then.
Slipping in. Okay. You walk in and it's immediately apparent what this is. This is storage. There are paintings and furniture that have been put aside or not set up yet. A lot of stuff is covered in just these like large cloths that are, keeping dust from getting on them. There's a few kind of like shelving racks that just are full of random mishmash of supplies. Some of it looks like it's still boxed up and like in little crates. There's little like foot lockers and stuff in here. You do see a few things that stand out. There is a armor rack with a like a breastplate armor on it, kind of just in the corner of the room. And that's the main things that jump out at you on first glance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll go inspect this breastplate then. What seems so fancy about it?
Other than its just ornate design, it looks like it's got some nice little like filigree on the armor chest plate that naturally lend into it, but like close inspection, you can see there's almost little like circles, like small little divots over the entire piece of the armor set. And you kind of like give it a check, and you can find there is kind of like a switch, like a small little like toggle that's like built into the like wrist of the chest plate, like the it's an entire like torso piece. There's like some kind of small little like toggle around the wrist area.
Can I decipher what the toggle does without flicking it?
Give me investigation.
6. We're flicking it.
You flick it and all those little small divots create like 1 inch, like thin little like not needle thin, but like pretty close to that, little like spikes, and then they retract.
Huh. Okay. Good to know. So I guess a quick little search. Does it look like anything else in here would be worth, or is it all just like stuffy paintings and stuff that isn't really
Give me perception or investigation. Investigation will take longer, but it maybe be a little bit thorough, even with a low roll.
Yeah.
Perception's just a kind of quick glance. Okay.
16.
You find on the shelf there is like, it almost looks like a like a shoulder bag, and you kind of go to open it up, and it's like it kind of gives you that same vibe of like a bag of holding, but just because of like the arcane stitching in it. But you open it up, and it's like a cutlery set. There's just like 5 pieces of cutlery. There's a butter knife, a fork, a spoon, a steak knife, and a little tiny spoon. But they all look like silver, like they all look well made.
So it's a cutlery bag of holding.
Yeah, but I mean, like it that's all it fits. Like there's not more to like pocket in it. It just looks like that's the kind of like nice leather casing it came in. It doesn't have like a shoulder strap. It just kind of like has that like leather folded over.
It's a bag of holding of finite size.
Yeah.
You do
very specific goods.
Give me an Arcana check, just since you're investigating through this room.
Fingers crossed. 9.
You do. While looking at these, you can see there are faint little runes on each piece of cutlery, but you have no clue what that means.
How big's the bag, would you say?
How big is it?
Like a shoulder bag, like
If you folded up the leather, it would be like a baguette, like a half a baguette size.
half a baguette.
I don't know. That's just the first thing. I was like holding my hands up. I'm like, what's this size? A baguette.
Do I want to steal this? It does have some nice runes on it. And it is a weird magic bag. Okay. I'll try and
I'll
take
say
it
this.
with me.
While you notice that, so you can keep that in the back of your head. You do also notice a large, like almost like an urn in the corner.
Mhm.
And you can see there's intricate patterns painted on it. It's like fucking huge though. Like there's no way you're sneaking
I
out
ain't taking
with this
that.
thing.
Yeah.
But you do notice there is clearly arcane glyphs painted in its design. It's maybe like 2 feet across and weighs like a good like 15 pounds, if maybe more. You notice while you're kind of combing through the room carefully, one of the paintings you overcover is a painting of Mr. Wick, and he's got this like really awkward, uncomfortable smile on, but it's like really well painted, but it clearly looks awful. And it's just kind of covered. And you also find a small lockbox, maybe like maybe 6 inches across and like 3 deep, 3 high. The one thing you do notice about it is as you kind of like are combing through the area, there's almost like a warmness to it. Like just the air around it feels a slightly different temperature.
Oh, you know I'm gonna want to open a lockbox, Dan.
Okay. It is locked as you immediately go to check it.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What? Oh, what a bummer. Does a 27 open it, Dan?
27. It was a very high check, and 27 pops it open. What you see in there is this. It is a thin, like metal rod with like 2 forked ends, almost like a tuning fork. And it looks like instead of just made out of like steel or iron or something, it's like it's like a black metal, and there's like a crackle of like you know when you superheat metal and it's got that like rich glow. There's like cracks through it that have that glow.
This is more than a butter knife then.
It's more than a butter knife.
A little bit more than a butter knife. Oh lord. In that case, you know what? I think the bag and the cutlery can stay. Does it? Ooh. What is? Can I gently lay a finger on this?
Yeah.
So how does it feel to touch?
You know when you touch something like that's way too fucking hot?
Yep.
You touch it and immediately recoil and realize like you're not burned at all.
Okay, it's just hot. It's just hot, but not that hot.
Yeah. Like you grab it and test it, and it feels like you're holding like a blistering like smelted forged metal. But you're not actually. It's very uncomfortable.
Very psychological.
Yeah.
In that case, I'll shut the box and I guess we're pocketing the little lockbox because I'm taking this with me, baby.
Are you taking it in the lockbox or just the rod?
The
rod would be very easy to hide. The lockbox, not so much.
True, but the rod would be hot. That is the only problem.
Can you give me a quick perception check? Also, Faylee as well. Faylee as well.
Yeah.
12.
24.
Faylee, you notice, kind of just like casually watching through the group, you catch another human noble Man looks like maybe not too high class of nobility, like not wearing anything fancy. He kind of goes up to the stairs and just starts, like, as soon as he gets behind the banister, you get the read from him is he's doing something he shouldn't be, you know, like he's being stealthy. And he immediately goes to the door Morinthal went in.
Can I walk towards him and ask him if I can help him with anything?
Absolutely.
I would love to do that.
Okay.
I say it loudly enough that it, like, Morinthal should be able to hear that something's going on, but not enough that it's weird that I said it that way.
It stops the party.
Okay.
Yeah, like, I'm not like, what are you need? Like, you know.
He kind of stops in his tracks and does like a quick little like turn on the balls of his feet. But he goes, "Oh, I was looking for the restroom. I thought I was pointed out that it's in this direction."
Does Faley know where the restroom is?
No. Oh, do you? Actually, you know what? I pointed it out to you at the beginning, so I would say, like, if you think Faley remembers it's in the foyer, then you remember.
You know what? I believe in Faley. Faley walks up to him and kind of like holds her arm out like she's like the link your arm with mine. I can show you the way if you want.
Oh, well, that would be fantastic. Let's go. And he links arms with you.
All right. She smiles and walks down into the foyer with him and points out where the bathroom is.
As you're walking and he's leaving you like small talk, he's like, "The name's Chuck, by the way. It's a wonderful party, isn't it?"
It's lovely. It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure. I didn't catch your name. I know you didn't say it, but we are
Rose.
linking arms.
It's Rose.
Pleasure to meet you.
She kind of like points to the rose decorations on her dress to kind of emphasize it.
he acknowledges and like gives you like a like aha moment of and then a little bow. Are you a guest of Mr. Wick, or are you as a +1 like myself?
I'm here as a +1. Who are you?
Don't tell her. Oh, I'm here with a friend, Mr. Theodore Glissani. And he kind of gestures over to the corner where you can see there is kind of like another just stereotypical human, kind of like longish, like shoulder length blonde hair. He's sitting at one of the tables and he gives him a little wave. And you can see sitting next to him is like a teenage boy who looks like awkward and a teenager, but in noble's clothes.
Haley smiles. Oh, it's nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Well, thank you for guiding me. So finally someone knows where this is, of course.
It's a big place. It's really hard to know where you're going sometimes.
We have one bathroom, one floor. I'm not used to this all fancy stuff.
Well, if you need anything else and you happen to see me, feel free.
Oh, I will take you up on that. It was a pleasure, Miss Rose.
You as well.
And he goes into the bathroom.
Bailey, like, quickly, but not strangely quickly, goes up the stairs and kind of like, "Hey, Morinthal, you almost done?"
And that was like right as you were like, I think you heard Faley's confrontation and not him approaching. So you've kind of searched your room and like are at that moment right now.
Yeah. In that case, I'm immediately grabbing just the rod out of the lockbox and making my way out of the room. It's like no time to make decision. We're getting out of here.
As you start to make your way downstairs, you hear like a loud booming voice, someone clearly using thaumaturgy on their voice, and it's almost like a test of like tapping on the mic, like is this working? Ladies and gentlemen, if you would join me in the main corridor, I'd love to give you the presentation of the evening.
Oh Lord.
But before we do that, let's take a quick little BRB break, shall we?
Yes, please.
I have to pee so bad.
Yes, I'm very thirsty.
Yeah. We will be right back with more of the gala. Thank you all so much for hanging.
Thank you.
I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Hello, chat. I'm waving. I'm waving. Hi, chat. Hello. Congrats on beating the final Pantheon. Thank you so much. I'm realizing I have so much prepared for this gala, and we're not gonna get to any of it. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun. It's how D&D works. We love it. Better overbird than under, dude. That's my motto. Me? Yeah, I'll write 23 pages of notes for this session. Like, I think this is my, between this and last one, although this one's kind of like combined session. I write a lot. I prepare a lot. Very curious how things are gonna go here. Do you think 15 characters is enough, Dan? Hey, we met 2 of them. Technically 3 with Elzar, so. Also, thank you for folks who sent me music recommendations. I asked on Twitter for some piano tracks. And this one in particular, I think Viz sent it to me, the was Beyond Good and Evil, which I still have never played, but I love this track. Is fantastic. Saving throws count up? No. It's just a gala. Nothing fancy's happening. I had like 3 or 4 songs already picked that I wanted to use, but I was like, I just want to get a few more so it's not too repetitive over the night. I just happen to like the few I picked. All right, I am unmuting. Let's get back into it. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh, the updated Jack's art.
Oh, I can't wait to
No.
see Jack's art. I'm so excited.
I was racking my brain trying to remember what this is from, and then I was like, "It's from Beyond Good and Evil."
Yeah.
I felt
I asked for recommendations and Viz
gratified.
sent me this, and I'm like, I've never played this game, but this song's fantastic.
The music in that
OST
game's great.
is incredible. It's very good.
Hey,
I don't know how
remember
well
when
the
they
game is
announced-
aged, but the soundtrack.
Remember when they announced a sequel?
I do.
Which time?
It's still coming. It's still coming.
When they first announced it, or when they then announced it, and then that also was a long time ago.
Remember Joseph Gordon-Levitt's competition around it?
Guys, do
Yeah.
you remember StarCraft Ghost? It's coming out. It's happening.
Remember Silk Song?
No,
Oh,
never heard of it.
Um,
So, anyways, as we are, I think everyone in the entire estate can hear this presentation from Mr. Wick as he kind of has his voice amplified like a loudspeaker. You don't have to come if you don't want, but like over the course of the next few minutes, people start to kind of gather in and position themselves in like the front side of the room. There's still a few people on like the north side who are just like, I'm comfortable sitting. But yeah, does everyone kind of like make their way out, or what are you guys feeling?
No,
Like, what's infiltration crew up to?
Yeah.
well, right now we'd be at the door.
One second.
Oh, all right. So what's
Bailey grabbed some food on the way back.
Sorry,
the
I was
rest of
eating
the
an ice
crew?
cream sandwich.
You're good.
I'm good
Eat
now.
that ice cream sandwich.
No, I'm good now. It's gone.
Okay.
I think
was
Bailey
quick.
warns Morenthal. I was eating it over break. Or I just inhaled the whole thing. I think Bailey warns Morenthal that someone seemed to be sneaking around up here, and that, like, tells him that she successfully got rid of him, but he seemed to be very interested in that room.
Oh. Well, there's not much in there. It's mainly storage. A weird kit of armor, though, and a nice bag. And also this. And just sort of subtly show the wand. The big fucking metal rod thing.
Oh.
It's really hot.
Also, just out of curiosity, both of you give me Arcana checks.
yeah.
21! Nat!
9.
Okay, somehow, you probably realized this before as well, Morenthal.
I was in a
Maybe
rush.
maybe a client of yours in the past or something had something of this. It's very valuable. It's not really something usable by you.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, when you do travel between planes of reality, like different dimensions, if some of them need a basically like a guiding piece to get you exactly where you want to go and not askew. This seems to be a tuning fork for some place, but it's clearly for planar travel.
Nothing useful for us right now, but hey, it's gonna put a dent in someone's sort of plans.
Well, nice find then.
Yep. What was this about? Gathering for a thing?
What?
While I was in there, just as I came out, I heard something about I think the main event's about to begin.
Yeah.
Wait, do you know where the others are?
No, but I'm sure they'll be fairly easy to find.
Yeah, that's true.
I will say, just for the sake of being the infiltration team, there are 3 doors downstairs that you do not know where they lead.
Yeah.
One of the doors is open and has the kind of like a faint trail of smoke kind of coming out of it. You can assume the smoking room. Other than that, there's 2 doors that you don't know.
Do you want to quickly go through those before the main event happens, Bailey?
Maybe, probably should.
But those are
Well, you
also
know
on the
that's
first
fine.
floor, so like it would be
Yeah.
by
You're gonna
everyone.
get down the stairs. Okay. I'm gonna conceal it again, and I guess let's walk down the stairs towards the next doors.
All right. You start heading. They're the 2 on the eastern wall.
Mhm.
Are the
And
2
the-
that you haven't checked?
And the smoking one's on the western wall, I assume?
Yes. The smoking one is the only one on the western wall.
Sweet. Eastern doors on the first floor it is. Well, ground floor.
Okay. So those 2 start heading down. Hobson, you're at the bar with Elzar. You guys hear this presentation. Elzar kind of like perks up and he goes, I suppose we should make our way there.
Oh, after you. I'm so interested.
Of course. Oh, sorry, I didn't catch your name again. And he goes to extend his hand.
Oh, Vols. Pleasure.
That's a unique name. And he starts walking with you. I'm just curious here. Nope. Okay. So you start heading
What did
out.
you just roll?
Just a roll, just a little fun check for me.
Okay.
Coil, Preston kind of like guides you to like the back corner where you're not like too close to anything and you can just kind of see. And he's like, I admit I am curious what he wants to showboat in front of us this time.
Me too.
What are you thinking?
Has he done anything like this before?
He's kind of had some for like art pieces. He had a bit of a sculpture that was displayed in one of the state parks. What heck, the parks in Brightcoin, but nothing in his estate, at least this grand.
Yeah, maybe it's another statue.
Ugh,
Who knows?
there'd be a statue of himself, I'm sure of it. And then Trilby and Gelnick, you guys are still by the table, the buffet table.
Mm-hmm.
You guys hear this loud
We're
announcement.
pocketing meats.
Pocketing meats, that's right, important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think with I'm assuming there's commotion of people getting up and heading out. I'm sure that would get our attention if not the actual announcement itself.
There's definitely a few
Trilby's
people
gonna-
who are still like lingering and like in conversation or at the bar that they don't care to see, but they're just here for, the evening. But most of the people start heading to the main entrance or main room.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably follow suit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this rich person ritual is a lot more exciting than the talking and eating of the small foods.
I hope so too. I don't know what he's gonna show.
Okay.
Maybe it's more meat.
As the crowd kind of like dies down, or not dies down, quiets down, you can hear Mr. Wick start to speak. At this time, Mornthal and Phaley, which door would you like to check while this is happening?
Probably. Is there one that's like in less view of everyone?
I mean, you're in a room with like 100+ people, and most of the attention is towards the center of the room, so it's just gonna be some being stealthy and like discreet. It's hard to. There's nothing really safe. Kind of like both where these purple curtains are on the underside is where the 2 doors are.
Sneak through like Snake at the tank or the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 2 and everyone's looking at the power
Enemy on
plant.
your left. Enemy on the right.
Feyla kind of like prods Marnthal, and would you like me to go in next, or?
Yeah, you can go in next. I should probably look after this thing.
Yeah, sure. So I guess she's just gonna go into the next available room.
All right. So which one? The north room or the south room on this wall?
Go north.
Okay. How are you going in?
Just follow perimeter. And
Well,
then
you get
just
to the
try
door
try
and
to
it is
open-
locked.
Okay. Well, I can't do anything about that.
Would you like me to open it first?
Yeah, maybe.
Okie
Okay, so both of
Like-
you stealth checks and Morenthal a lockpicking check. And the presentation begins as you're doing this.
22 for stealth, 21 for thieves' tools.
Beautiful.
11 stealth.
Beautiful. Where's my notes?
Is that what he says with his
These
helmet?
These where he
searching?
says, he goes, I can't, I wrote a script for the evening.
Some real good musical pulls for this stream, by the way.
Thank
Mhm.
you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, one and all. I hope your evening has been wonderful on this glorious winter day. Please be sure to help yourself to the bar, the buffet, and the dining quarters if you haven't already. Of course, as you all know, the reason I invited you here was to get to know my new colleagues and premiere my newest acquisition into the Wick Estate. I may be an avid collector of the fine arts, but in my times growing up, I always had an eye for the exotic creatures and wonders of the realm and the worlds beyond. With the wealth I've come on to recently, I realize I can make this dream a reality and house these exotic creatures for all to see. And the first creature is one I've always dreamed of seeing. One of nighttime fairy tales and nightmares from beyond the veil. He does like little spooky fingers as he's saying this. Something so unique, surely no other in the realm of Alithia has dared cross paths with this creature but me, my friends. Now I control the beast for all to see and appreciate its exotic wonder. Yes, I present to you all, from the far realms, the Aboleth. And he pulls this large golden string as the curtain drops and the top bit falls, and you can see this massive 35-foot cubed aquarium. And inside is this massive octopus lamprey hybrid that's maybe like from the tip to the bottom of its tentacles like 30-40 feet long. Its mouth is just a row of spiked teeth like a lamprey to latch on, like almost like a leech. And you can see over its eye or over its head there's a kind of like a harness that is like blinding the creature. You can see kind of like where these steel contraptions look like they're covering up like 3 vertical eyes, but it's totally blinded and across its face. There's like audience gasps, some of delight, some kind of just scared, and then like a applause starts to form. And he continues speaking. He goes, now, not to worry, my friends. The creature's well contained, and thanks to the blinding mask on it, the beast is as docile and harmless as a simple house cat. Now, as I said, this will be the first of many creatures I have in mind. I'm in the talks to acquire several other offers, and I'll of course be inviting you and all my dear friends to showcase them to the world first. I hope you all will join me for the next piece in the exhibit. Now, for the rest of the evening, let us drink and be merry, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening. And he raises the glass, and a few other people raise the glass and start to like cling and cheers, and there's a bit of applause. And he kind of turns his attention back onto this unworldly creature that is just kind of swimming mindlessly in this massive tank. And the piano starts back up again, and the kind of murmur of the crowd builds back up. At this time, like as the curtain drops, you pop the door open, make way, and Phaley slips into the room. Phaley, this is a staircase spiraling downwards.
Ooh.
It looks like it's well traveled. It's not as ornate. It doesn't have these like marble floors that the rest of the place does. And it's a quick little like a spiral down, and you can see it leads to what is essentially a nice wine cellar and storage.
Oh, nice. Can she wants to look around the wine cellar.
Hell yeah. Give me a perception or investigation, whichever how thorough you want to be.
Oh, that is not what I meant to click.
It's a good roll though, so we can take it.
Okay.
Yeah, da, 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 da.
Yeah, I
You
danced my way down
I'll
the
explore
stairs.
the cellar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll use my perception with interpretive dance. You see many barrels of ale and wine. It's fully stocked. There is a wine storage rack of individual bottles that is full. There's a few pieces of discarded furniture, like they just maybe clashed or they were put to the side for this party specifically. You can see a large, like, kind of a table leaning up against the wall, has like a big cloth over it. It's kind of like oddly shaped. Other than that, it looks like a cellar. There's a few arcane lights kind of floating around the room. That's about it.
I check out the oddly shaped table with the cloth on it.
Yes. Do you like pull the cloth off or peek under it?
Peek under it.
You're familiar with this. It's a rack. It's a torturing device.
Sorry, what was that?
It's a torturing device. You would fasten basically hands and feet to it and slowly pull apart, kind of thing.
Oh, that's cool. Anything else interesting about that?
No. You will notice it doesn't look that used. Like it doesn't look
That's
stained
great.
or anything like that. It looks freshly made and new. But clearly put out of sight.
Anything else?
Give me an investigation, a fine-tooth comb going through the room.
21.
One thing that immediately stands out to you as you case through the room, and there's these little arcane lights providing just enough like dim lighting and stuff. You notice there's a torch sconce on one wall, and there's no other torches in the room. It's
Can
not
I pull
lit.
it?
You absolutely can pull it.
I would love to pull it.
You pull it, and you are met with a secret door behind one of the racks of wine. It kind of swings open slowly. You can see, like, as it pulls away from the wall, it is like it goes from like like cobblestone and like fine brickwork to like this smooth metal surface. And inside it is well lit. It's still arcane lighting, but it's the difference from going from like a fancy restaurant to like a Walgreens, like that like halogen bulb kind of like it's just white uncomfortable glow, and everything's like smooth steel.
Is it a pretty big room?
You walk into it. There's maybe like 5 feet in front of you where the floor is like, it looks like just smooth metal tiles. Before you get to a like 20 by 20 room, and you can see individual like raised tiles on each thing, and there's small circles on every single one of the tiles. And you notice these tiles continue onto the ceiling and the walls, and they all have small holes in the center of them.
Oh,
Beyond it, you
no.
see another chamber that is kind of hard to make out from this distance. Because there's like a curve to the hallway that's happening.
All right. Bailey feels it's a trap that could get her killed, so she's going to go let Morenthal know what she saw and see if he wants to come take a peek too.
Okay.
Sure, why not? May as well. Let's go.
Before you have that conversation, Morenthal,
Mm-hmm.
while Phaley is downstairs, you're approached by Mr. Blade Goldwill. And the presentation is ending at this point, and the clapping is happening, and kind of just he leans in close and he goes, "Mr. Wick would request your estate in his study, if you would." And he gestures to go to the south, like he's standing waiting for you to move.
Oh, the study did this way?
Yes.
Sure. I'm just gonna slowly, I guess, move in the direction, sort of keeping eye contact with him.
He stays glued to your behind, like he is escorting you to this room.
Okay, to the room we go.
At this point, you look over, and you can see Mr. Wick is thanking a few people, looking at the tank. He looks over to Blade, and then he starts to walk to the study with you. You go
As he does this, I'm just gonna quickly try and send a message to Gelnick. Just go, I might be in a situation right now in the study. If you want to come, I'll keep you posted, but just get ready in case something happens.
Understood, Morenthal.
Anyway, you were saying?
So Blade is leading you into the study, which is the southern door right here.
Mm-hmm. The one door we didn't get to.
Yep. So he opens it up and he gestures for you to go in.
I'll hesitate for a second and then just walk in.
Okay. You can hear footsteps behind you as Mr. Wick enters as well, and then Blade comes in behind you. There's maybe 5 or 6 people in here. You notice this is not a specific study, but more of like a small private library. There's a dividing wall of books in the center of it. Maybe like a quarter of the shelves are actually full, and most of the books brand new. You can see a few of them still in shipping container, crates kind of pushed to the side. And there is a door to the north that Blade walks up to. You can see he pulls out a key, unlocks the door, opens it. At this point, Mr. Wick has kind of passed you, and he gives a quick little nod to Blade and goes, "Oh, thank you." And he walks into the study, and Blade stares at you.
I'll just, in a similar way, just go, "Thank you," and walk in behind.
Okay. He walks in behind, and you hear a distinct click of a lock. At this moment, Gelnick and Trilby, what are you two up to as Gelnick receives this bit of information?
I let Trilby know that basically the situation, and if I can see everyone, I actually have a cantrip called Message that I can speak to them telepathically and let them know the situation and what's going on. So I assume that Hobson and Coyle are still in the gala?
I think everyone is in the main chamber right now because the presentation just ended.
Yeah. So just what I can do, and if is Phaley here, or is Phaley went somewhere else?
At this moment, Phaley would still be checking out. Phaley probably just found the secret door.
Okay, so she's probably
she's still downstairs. Yeah.
How it works is it's they have to be within. I have to see them. So.
Actually, I don't think you do have to see them.
Does it? You point your finger towards a creature within range.
You just have to know the direction they're in.
Yeah, I just think which would be a gamble. So it would be very hard to use.
Okay, so I guess it could work through walls, but I don't think Gelnick would know where Phaley is.
Right.
So yeah, everybody in the main room, Gelnick will relay the message that Morenthal might be in trouble.
Give me a D20.
When Hobson
Phaley.
hears that, when Hobson does that, he
20?
gets
All
a
right.
small spit take.
Yeah.
Okay. You're just out of range, like the direction Gelnick is, so you don't hear this.
I'm picturing Trilby standing eating a sausage link that's running into his pocket, and then he does a spit take. It's like,
And then immediately goes back to eating it again.
Did Faylee open the door just to see no Morinthal there when she went to go try to get him?
You at this point, I think, would be like you pulled the torch and saw the room and are maybe like starting to head back there because this is all kind of happening at the same time. So you're like maybe less than 30 seconds from noticing Morenthal's gone on your own.
Okay. Because if she does see that he's gone, she's just going to go and investigate the room.
Okay. All right, so everyone but Faylee hears this message from Gelnick.
Can Coil do like a little scan of the room to see if he can like tell, if anything's amiss or where Morinthal might be?
Yeah, give me a perception, and we'll say since all these things are happening at the same time, you could maybe catch Morinthal going into the room. I don't think they're inherently being stealthy, so I think you see, maybe not Morinthal, but you see Blade go into the chamber to where Morinthal is.
Mm-hmm. He's kind of keeping an eye on it at the moment.
Okay. How about Hobson? After your spit take.
I think, after the spit take, I think Hobson just goes and tries to find Double Leader and stick nearby and follow.
Yeah, I guess Gelnick will, letting everyone know, he's gonna try and shadow where, I guess, Morinthal was last seen, according to Coil. Just kind of try and follow their footsteps as best they can.
Okay. Once you get to the library, it's not locked or anything, and you can still see a person comes out shortly after of that, so you're easily able to go in there. So we'll say, I'm assuming Trilby, you're sticking with Gelnick.
Yep.
Okay, so Gelnick, Trilby in the library. Coil's still keeping watch. Faylee, you're coming up the stairs at this point. I think you just realize Morinthal is not by the door you left him at.
She's just going to go back down towards the room.
Okay.
None of my business.
She kind of assumes that it's the situation that she was in before, where she had to walk away to make it so it was less obvious. So she just goes back because she doesn't want to leave it unattended. And
okay. And Hobson, where
because she's kind of fucking stupid, so.
No, we love Faylee.
We love Faylee, but she does love adventure, and that is never good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Hobson going? Or are you still?
Hobson's with Gelnick and Tropy now.
Okay. The schmoozers have reconvened.
Yep.
Team Schmoozer.
So, while you guys are gathering in this room, you were led into the study, Morinthal. You can see there's the shelving kind of from the library kind of almost continues after the break in the wall. There's a few kind of pieces of art on display, both of them a handsome portrait of Mr. Wick in different poses. One of them has this isn't, no, it is canon, fuck it. It's got Mr. Wick's face and he's all beat up and there's a bunch of wizard wands pointing at him.
Oh my god.
Shame on you.
Yeah, and there's little arcane lights all kind of shining around it. And he kind of goes behind this real big ornate desk. And there's a large throne seat behind it. He kind of takes the seat down and kind of pushes a few papers and does the small little habits of sitting at a desk that he does. And he looks up and he goes, I don't believe we've been introduced. I'm Mr. Wick. This is my estate. Who am I in the pleasure of meeting?
Me? Oh, yes. We haven't had the chance of being acquainted. I'm, of course, Stanton Fitzgerald.
Stanton
I'm in-
Fitzgerald.
Yes, I'm from out of town. I'm here with my good friends, and of course, Preston Fitzclarence. I heard there was a fancy soiree going on tonight, and well, once invited, I couldn't resist.
Well, of course, a friend of Preston is a friend of mine. My colleague here, Mr. Blade Goldwill. I don't know if you've formally been introduced to each other, and Blade gives you a little nod. He noticed you were kind of checking out each of the chambers of the estate. A little suspicious. You see, he's my security detail, and he wanted to make sure there was no actual threat here or anything like that.
Oh, no threat. My apologies if any has been observed. I just simply was in awe of what such a magnificent estate you have.
Oh,
Could not resist at the sight of such bountiful rooms you must have.
well, it is a
How much-
lovely estate.
How much did a place like this cost you?
Well, you won't believe it, but upon the riches I've studied or gathered over the past few months. As he does this, he kind of stands up and he's got his arm on the throne and he's kind of brushing through the side of his desk, and he starts walking towards you as he's talking. And he goes, well, this one, I believe it is maybe a small fee of, I think, maybe it was it 7 figures, I believe it was, Mr. Goldwill? And Goldwill, goes to give a nod and, he turns his attention to you.
My word.
He puts his arm on your shoulder as he's, saying this. He goes, well, if you'd like, I could take you on a bit of a tour of some of the more private chambers. There's a lot of art that I've collected over the years.
Why, Mr. Wick, I would be honored.
At this time, Warrenthal, you notice his hand that's not on your shoulder goes in a quick motion, almost like he's going to hit the back of your head. I will give you a dexterity save in this moment if you want.
Oh, I definitely want. Yeah. 22.
You move your head out of the way, and you can see he's holding a small brass key. And he looks like he was kind of thrusting it to the back of your head, and he goes, Now. I think we can make this all easy on each other, shouldn't we?
A fancy little key you've got there.
He's going to try to hit you again with it, and this time he's just attacking with it.
And as he does that, I'm going to pull out the dagger that I've been concealing.
Okie dokie. In that case, let's do a little let's do a little bit of this. There's Morenthal. Can you control that, Morenthal?
I cannot.
Okay, hang on. We'll do a little copy. There you go. How about that one?
That one I can move.
Beautiful. All right. Okay, so let's do a little turn order here. Just for giggles, you know? And you can roll me an initiative.
Can I?
Oh, hang on, I need to clear it, sorry. Sometimes it takes a while to do that. A 9.
I have +5 to initiative. Oh, this is gonna be over very quickly.
Oof. Okay, can you, here, I'll re-add you. And you got a 9.
I can. No.
There you go. Okay,
We go.
oh, I get to play my piano combat music. Anyone take a guess at what it's gonna be?
Okay.
Very good. The first thing that came to mind was the Breath of the Wild
I was thinking about that one.
My mind went to Cuphead.
Guardian thing.
So originally I had the fancy version of this track where it's just the piano, and I was like, well, this is great for combat music at a gala. Let's do it. Okay. Blade goes into action and is going to try and grapple you, Morinthal. Can you make a athletics or acrobatics check?
Acrobatics it is.
I rolled an 18. Okay.
I did not roll an 18. I have +8 to acrobatics. This is not going to end well.
Blade comes, and as you kind of go to reach for a dagger, he just kind of like arm across your neck and pulls you back and is holding you tight. And Mr. Wick's gonna go.
Oh, Mr. Wick.
Does a 19 hit your AC?
Yeah, it does. You know it does. Yeah.
Morinthal, you find yourself on the floor for a moment, and you just hear Mr. Wick say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe someone needs to stay away from the bar for the rest of the evening, isn't that right?" And you see a good dear friend of yours who actually initially got you out of the kind of the grips of the Bloodletters initially. He was the person you first conveyed your secrets of worshiping the Night Mother to, and gave you the push you needed to kind of leave the Bloodletters behind. Your dear good friend, Mr. Jonathan Wick. And he extends his hand out to you to pick you up.
Oh, thank you. Don't know what came over me there.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a party after all. Well, I'm glad everyone's all good. All right, let's get you back to the ball. I'd hate for stay in this stuffy corridor here. There's schmoozing to be done.
Isn't there always?
It's always a lovely time to chat with you. Morinthal it was, yes?
Yes.
All
Yes,
right,
Mr. Wick.
Let's go back, Blade. And Blade unlocks the door and opens it up to the library. And there at this moment, Hobson, Gelnick, and Trilby, you see Morinthal walking out into the library with Mr. Wick and Blade. And they Morinthal seems fine. He looks like in good spirits.
Oh,
Alright. Well,
It appears that he is okay now. He has not given me any updates on his situation yet. Perhaps a close but distant eye. A distant but close eye.
Right. What?
We shall watch him.
Okay. Blade and Mr. Wick take their leave of the library, and Morinthal, you see your friends are there kind of gathered in front of you. And for all intents and purposes, you believe everything I just told you.
I figured. I knew it'd be over quickly. This is what I get for you wasting my good rolls.
It's like, of course you're an assassin too who gets low initiative rolls. It's like, why?
Yeah. The one time. It happens. you're all here. Anything to report?
We are you good?
We thought you would have something to report.
No,
What did you
I'm
learn?
fine.
Oh,
Nothing. Just had a bit of a conversation with Mr. Wick.
nothing at all.
Is he nice?
Of course he's nice. Why
Well,
wouldn't
that's
he?
good.
Wait! Moranthal, you don't think anyone is nice.
The three of you give me insight checks.
Nope.
Maybe.
Gelnick, you obviously know, like, you can sense something's off, but like you're sure of it. Like Mornthal's acting different. Same with you, Trilby. Like you're used to a more kind of maybe cold, calloused Moranthal. Hobson, Moranthal just seems like he's had a good night.
Hey, do you guys know you don't have to pay at the bar here?
Oh,
You do if you eat all the olives.
Mr. Wick is pretty charitable.
Charitable. Moranthal, if you feel as though that your share of the profits and the payment has not been enough, you do not need to take bribes. I presume that is why you are in such a good mood.
Bribes me. Come now, Gelnick.
No, okay, he was definitely bribed. I don't know what you need the money for, Moranthal, but
Is,
as long as
is
you're
it
in a
really,
good mood.
Is it really hard to believe that I'm not just enjoying myself?
Usually, whenever you say something like that, it is usually covered in a thick layer of sarcasm that Gelnick tries to ignore.
Well, maybe tonight I am just having fun.
But you weren't supposed to be having fun. You were supposed to be team infiltration. And where's
We had a
Phelan?
very important mission, Moranthal.
We didn't find anything.
Where's
really?
Phelan?
Last I saw, she went in that door, and I'm just gonna point to the door where I guess she's coming out of right now.
Yeah, cut to Bailey. You know Moranthal is gone. You go back downstairs. What would you like to do?
Yeah. I kind of want to investigate the room and see if there's anything that stands out to me as probably, because she already feels like it's a trap. So is there any way she can?
Do you step on any of the tiles with the circle indents on them or the circle holes?
No. As soon as she sees the circle, she pauses because she's positive that there are spikes that are going to come out of them.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
I feel like if the
21.
whole party was there, she would definitely step on those things.
Oh, 100%.
You kind of like lean over and look as best as you can. It looks almost like a nozzle kind of like raises from that point. You're not sure what exactly that means. It's clearly like reacting in some way to something. You can assume stepping on like a pressure plate or something like that. You just from the idea of this secret, like the secret wall in this kind of like very fancy security system, quote unquote, you can bet this is probably what Mr. Constance installed. Like this is probably the vault.
Okay. Is there any way she can push it without being in the way of potential death?
You could go over it, but you can. I mean, you can like put a foot in and tap the thing and pull back if you'd like.
Yeah, she'd do that.
All right. As soon as you do that, these like in the matter of like seconds, these little nozzles raise up and they start kind of like all just moving in different directions, and you can see this thin little like beam of energy kind of just connect to different points in the wall, and all these little like lasers kind of just dance around the room, and it's just a grid of lasers all moving in intricate patterns.
Is there anywhere that it looks like you can get to if you get across all of that?
You do see like, since it's kind of like a curved room, so like you don't have good vantage point on like what's next, but you do see like a platform that looks similar to the one you're standing on, where there's not these these raised these raised tiles. It's 30 feet away from you.
And is there any path that isn't being touched by the lasers?
You could maybe stand for a bit and try to like memorize patterns, but initially looking, no.
Is there any path that isn't being touched by the lasers if Phaley was a rat?
I mean, your openings are bigger, but it's still gonna be it's a dicey pattern. Like you would have to either get a very high perception or investigation check, depending on how long you want to wait and watch these patterns. And I would give you maybe like advantage on whatever check you needed to make to get by as a rat.
I think she is going to watch it and see if she can get more information about it, because it's Phaley.
Okay. Perception or investigation, whichever you want.
Let's do perception.
It's you're not sure if you're just not good with patterns, but you're having trouble finding any openings in this that look like a safe path. You think like you could probably sprint through it, and maybe only get nicked 1 or 2 times.
She's gonna do that.
As human or as rat?
I think as rat.
Okay. Do you know a rat's dexterity?
I sure don't. 1 million.
Is it 1 million?
The dexterity of a rat is +0.
+0. Okay.
Oh.
Plus 0.
Can you, Joe? Since you have that open, can you give me the con save or the constitution of a rat as well?
Oh boy, a constitution is -1.
Okay, so
Oh,
future
boy.
reference, your dex is made at a +0.
Here you go. Here's the stat sheet.
Hey, there we go. We'll say you know this before going into a rat because you are a druid and you're familiar with being a rat. Do you still want to be a rat?
No. If I had to guess what animal was a dexterous animal.
Maybe I would assume maybe a cat has probably higher. I honestly don't know off the top of my head.
Ooh. Let me see if I can pull up a quick.
Perhaps.
A small cat.
Here's the stat sheet of a cat.
Dex
That's a
+2 on the cat.
+2? Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna be a cat.
Okay. If you are comfortable with being a cat and making a mad dash through this path,
I'm so comfortable.
go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw with advantage because you're a cat. I'll give you that.
16.
16.
Oh, okay.
You feel like you're making good progress through the room as you get a searing hot pain in your side as one of these beams connects with you. You take 14 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
And can you make a Constitution saving throw? With a cat is +0.
Oh, sorry.
And
I
not
guess
with
it's
advantage,
7.
we'll say just do a new roll.
Okay. Oh boy.
Okay.
Egg. Sorry,
you-
egg is a terror.
Oh no. You are egg right now.
I am egg right now.
You as this beam hits you and you feel that searing pain, you kind of glance to where it hit, and it's the texture of your fur is stiffening, like stone.
Oh.
Would you like to keep dashing across the room?
Is she through most of it now or no?
You are about a third way through the room.
She would
Actually,
like to
no,
turn
you're
around.
halfway. You're a cat. You're pretty quick.
She
You're
would like
halfway
to
through.
keep going.
All right, give me another dexterity saving throw with advantage.
19.
19. You slip by. You see the same pattern happening in front of you, and this time you adapt to it, and you pull to the side and shake off, and you dodge one of those lasers. You get to this safe opening. You do still feel that like that sense of slowness. Can you make another Constitution saving throw without advantage?
I absolutely can. 19.
Okay, it takes you a moment, but it looks like the petrification does not hold, and after like a minute or two, you feel that like looseness of your body kind of return to you.
Awesome.
But you do definitely like hold for a moment while it's working its way out of your system.
Okay.
Now in front of you, you see a large room. It's about 40 feet across to the next platform. You can see a similar design. This one goes into it. There is no path. It is just a room with a pit. It is very dark. You don't know how deep this pit is.
Can I switch animals when I'm...
I believe you can use
Shape.
another wild shape to change animals.
So there's a pit in the room, and that's what I say?
Mm-hmm.
Can I wild shape into a little lizard with sticky little feet that can go on the
Sure, you're a
the
little
walls?
like gecko.
While you are going to wild shape again, I just want to bring up a thing that since it doesn't affect us at all, since you're going to change wild shape anyway. When you are wild shaped, you take the animal's hit points, and if those hit points are reduced to 0, you transform back into your normal form.
Okay.
Which it doesn't matter since you're going to wild shape into something different anyway. But that time, like then when you like say 14, it's like the cat has 2, so that would have.
Oh, you are accurate. Yeah. We'll
Yeah,
say because
sorry,
I stuck with those rolls, so like you in
Thankfully-
the middle of that
thankfully,
hallway.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, in the middle of that hallway, like you get hit with a cat, the cat's HP deletes, and you scramble to the other side with dodging that laser. So everything's still the same. You're
Okay.
just in Faily form
Yeah.
instead of cat form right now.
Okay.
Good catch. I
Oh,
totally forgot
lizard.
about hit points.
That's okay. This game is very well explained in how it works.
So if you would like to be lizard, there is wall.
Can I investigate real quick before lizard?
Absolutely. What are you looking for? Or just looking?
Anything. Just looking. 19.
19. You notice a little, there's just faintest bit of dust is just kind of sitting in the air, about the same ground level you're standing at.
But
Like if you were to see this, it would look like there's an invisible pathway. But you just notice a bit of dust that's not moving and it's flat and it looks like it's just kind of hovering over nothingness.
okay. She would like to turn into a little sticky foot lizard
Mm-hmm.
and then walk towards where that part seems to meet the edge so that like if there is nothing there, she can just stick to the wall hole. But if there is something there, she can, be on it.
Okay. With enough time and the stickiness of the lizard, you're easily able to navigate this invisible pathway.
Yeah, she's
Um,
incredibly sticky.
Because like you step, you go to step, there's nothing there. Okay, turn direction. You kind of can easily do that without losing your grip of what you're currently standing on.
Okay.
It takes you a minute to do it. So we'll say like as you make it to the other side, at this moment, that conversation has ended. Morenthal's back with the group, and you guys have that conversation like, hey, where's Faily? And cut back to group schmoozing. Also, Coil, you do see Morenthal and the group kind of exit from the library, seemingly uninjured.
He seems a little relieved.
Preston leans over to you and he goes, not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping it was just a statue of him. And he's staring in the tank.
Yeah, so Gelnick has fought creatures before, but probably not these. Could I potentially roll like a nature or like some sort of knowledge check to see if
Absolutely.
he would?
You
if
can
he
do
would know
nature,
what this is?
arcana, or whatever you want, and just give me a pitch for it. Why? But yeah.
Yeah, he's only fought land creatures, so he'll probably not be too familiar, but always a chance.
Can Coil roll for knowledge on this too?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, anyone
Hobson
looking
will-
in on this can.
Hobson too. He's a nerd. He'd be curious.
All right.
I get advantaged on nature checks because of his little "I've been here before" little
Ooh,
perk,
yeah.
Oh,
which I don't
Alright.
think is going to help a ton because still -1. Yeah,
Oh.
It helped.
it did help.
So I feel like even with maybe a 10, you've like, it's one of those like exotic creatures that is written about, and it's very unknown. For Hobson and Trilby and even Gelnick, I think you have a good enough understanding of like, these are creatures that are not directly from this existence. There are some that live in your realm, but they're from kind of like a plane beyond this one. They're dangerous, they're intelligent, which is also like immediately alarming to you of it being kept in captivity like this, and blinded.
like intelligent like us?
Intelligent like you, and you would know that like that mask is saving everyone in the room right now. Like it's they have a way to work themselves into people's heads. It's something you kind of maybe like fairy tale of like knowing your deepest darkest desires and giving you sweet whispers and to lull you into working for them or enthralling you kind of thing, like that kind of story you've heard from them. You don't know exactly if these are true. I imagine none of you have probably had the background of meeting an Aboleth, but that's what you've heard of or read or researched.
Gotcha.
Maybe we should leave.
We still have a mission to take care of. We must find that artifact.
Let's do that and then leave.
Yes. But first, we must find where Fairley may have gotten lost or gone off to. Perhaps, maybe she might have some insight that was lost in translation in getting separated from Morenthal.
That's a good idea.
So I guess we'll
Should
follow.
we all go, or
Morenthal.
should some of us stay?
Ooh, good question.
Do we think more schmoozing would be of value?
Well, she
And
went
can all of us
into-
try sneaking into wherever she went?
I mean, I could also just ask Mr. Wick what's behind that door.
Which door?
The door that she went in.
Oh,
Would he be so cooperative?
I feel like he probably wouldn't tell us where all of his stuff is.
Why wouldn't he?
Very well, if you believe that is a good idea.
Have you had times when you're thieving around and you just ask them where their stuff is and they tell you?
You'd be surprised.
Huh. Okay.
Very well, Morenthal, we shall follow your lead.
All right. I'm gonna walk right up to Mr. Wick then.
You see he's schmoozing, and he's starting to make his way towards the center of the room, and you catch him, and he goes, "Oh yes, Morenthal, what was it?"
Genuine question. I think one of my friends might have gotten a little bit lost in your mansion. What's behind that door again?
Oh,
And I just sort of point across to.
simply the wine cellar. If you're looking for the bar, you could head towards the dining hall, which is, and he points to the northern door.
Ah, of course. Perfect. Thank you.
Of
We'll
course.
do that now, won't we?
Have a lovely evening. And tell your friends hello. And he waves to the three of you.
They wave
And
back.
Linson waves back. Yeah.
Alright,
As-
I'm gonna walk back.
As you start to walk away, Morinthal, Coil, you're nearby-ish enough to kind of like overhear a bit of that conversation. And as it ends, Mr. Wick turns his attention to you and Preston. He goes, Preston, oh, I'm so happy to see you. I'm so glad you could make it to this, my big reveal. What do you think? And Preston just goes, well, it's a bit much, but I must say it is impressive. I do thank you for the invite. This is my bodyguard, Coil.
Coil seems pretty grumpy. He's not saying anything at the moment.
He goes, oh, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Coil. I was hoping I could have a bit of your time, Preston. There were some matters involving the estate's income that you're well established in the Nobles District, and I was hoping you could look some things over with me. Preston goes, of course, I would be happy to help. And he's doing the smile and looking at you, Coil. And he goes, please lead the way.
So long as I can accompany him.
Of course. I wouldn't separate a bodyguard from his master. Let's go. And the four of you start to walk to the study, or going into the library first. As the four of you start going in, the other four of you make it to the cellar. Is everyone just going down into the cellar?
Gelnick is.
Okay. You start descending the staircase. Immediately notice the open secret door with this like bright white light coming from it. And you can hear the distinct like sound of like you know those videos where they take like the laser and they get the rust off of the metal? And it's like or whatever.
Oh,
You can kind of hear like those sounds, just like faint, not like deafening or anything like that. And you can see the kind of laser show that Faley left behind.
Great security.
He does have some good security. Does it look like there's any sort of, I don't know, switch on a wall or anything to turn this off?
Give me an investigation check. And any one of you there can do it.
6.
Investigation. Yeah.
Jesus. Trilby's on high
Yeah.
alert.
Mm-hmm.
Those olives got him going.
Oh yeah.
You all are looking. I think Morinthal, you're kind of like tending to look specifically for like ways to deactivate or bypass and stuff. Trilby, you're kind of just like staring, looking at this like tech work, and you're like, there's probably a safety measure in place if this is a vault for someone to pass. And you're watching these patterns, and it reminds you, of like your days of, like soldering stuff together and maybe like making scrubbins for the first time. And as you're kind of just mindlessly watching and your mind goes adrift a little, you realize there's a thin pathway on the right side that if you're crouching, or Hobson's height or Gelnick's height, you can just slip by undetected.
Or like a cat's height.
Maybe like a cat's height.
Mm-hmm.
A cat would easily be able to just walk, but it's one of those like the lasers as they go to like coast up, they just stop short. So like you have to hug the wall. It's deceptively hidden.
Okay. Well, I will relay that to my companions.
Well, let's cross, I guess. It looks like she did.
Faley, you're walking as a lizard on an invisible platform, and you start hearing your friends talking like a room away. We'll say you make it to the other end of the platform.
Okay.
So you are past the invisible pit.
If I recall, I'm stuck as this form for a few hours, right? Like I can't pop out of it.
Freely end it if you want.
Okay, so I'm on a platform. Does it look like there's anything? Can I make sure that there's no tricky things going on there?
So since you can see into the third room, it looks like these little like spaces between are just like separating each of the like security measures of the vault. So it looks like you're safe. It's very reminiscent of when you first walked into the vault standing on this platform. The issue is when you look forward, it is pure darkness. You cannot see anything through it. It's like someone just stopped detail of the world.
Phalia's dark vision, right?
Yeah.
As a vampire.
Yeah, you maybe take a quick little like peep in with your head and it's nothing.
Do I have anything that I could use to light the way or no?
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
11.
It's clearly some kind of magical darkness. If you're not able to see through it normally, you're not sure like a torch or anything would actually be any help.
All right. She will. You said I can pop out of shapeshift.
Yeah,
Or wild
you
shape?
can freely drop it. It just takes
Alright,
a
and
wild shape to go like back into a animal form.
Yeah, and I hear them, so
Mhm.
I'll unwild shape and call to them.
So I
How's
think
it going?
the four of you are like sidling across the wall, and then you hear Phelan call out as like the four of you are safe past the first chamber.
How's it going?
I found a room.
So did we.
It's real dark. Also, there's a torture device in the wine cellar, but I found a room.
What would they have need of? Confusion. Is this another part of the rich person culture?
You know, in some
Yeah.
sense.
Only if there's
Like
small
this
torture
SEC,
devices.
Yes, not. Okay.
Gelnick, the rich are infatuated with power, and torture is inherently part of their power.
I cannot disagree with that. That is true. Very well then. What have you found?
There's a room that's completely dark, which was after the laser room, which nicely done. And before the. Well, if you come into the next room, I might have to help you out. Don't rush in.
Very well.
Approach
the-
cautiously.
Yeah, the four of you approach, and you can see this same like pit of a room. There's no pathway or anything across, and you can see like 40 feet away, there's Phelan standing there.
Ooh.
While that's happening,
Lovely.
Coil, you are being escorted by Mr. Wick and Blade into the estate, or into the study. And as the like, he walks over to the desk and he starts talking, and it kind of turns into like shop talk with Preston for a bit, who initially is like hesitant, and then he kind of just is like, you're not sure if he's just playing with it or drops his guard of like, Coil will handle this. He goes over and starts like talking. He's like, well, you see, the problem is you have to diversify your funds, and like he starts just talking wealth and shit like that. And you notice as Preston is like kind of having this conversation, Mr. Wick like puts his hand in his coat pocket, and you see just the smallest glint of like something brass in his hand, and he like brings his hand lower and like goes to put his arm on Preston's side.
He's gonna start moving closer.
Okay. As you kind of take a step, you feel a arm on your shoulder. And you turn, and Blade is staring at you with his, like, intent holding you where you are with one hand.
Unhand me.
He just without any motion, just kind of like tilts his head slightly, and he just says, "They're talking shop. We should not interfere."
You are not doing my job for me.
And he grabs his hand and, like, tries to forcefully move it off.
Okay. You kind of shove his hand off to the side, and you hear the conversation stop as, like, you turn back, and the two of them are staring at you and go, Is everything all right, Blade? Everything's fine. Just ensuring your safety, sir. And Preston, you see he starts to look nervous. Like, he looks at you and he just like shakes his head like, I don't know.
Coil is unfortunately not very good at, like, subtle, like, body language and comforting. And he probably maybe just doesn't want to comfort Preston very much, but he is looking out for him.
I think
he's got a very close eye on that hand.
Okay. How are you wanting to be, like, within 5 feet of Preston?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And he's, if possible, staring daggers at Wick.
Okay.
He's much more aggressive than usual.
How does this situation want to go?
Rawr.
Rawr. I think Mr. Wick, sensing the daggers being stared at him, he goes, I don't mean to come between you and Mr. Preston, but could we have a bit of moment to speak privately? Blade,
No.
if you would also wait outside.
No.
And he goes, I see. I think with the tension being high, can you go ahead and roll me initiative?
Absolutely.
We'll just do a little.
Oh wait, hold on. I make sure I click my token.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
You're like right there. Turn order. Clear it. Okay, there you go. You can re-add.
All right.
And turn. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna make this make Preston different. Add.
Why go back to 7?
Oh no. I think you can click on it. Oh no, Preston. Ooh. Okay. All right. As he kind of just says that, like, I see, like, dropping the jolly nature of his conversation. Blade goes for a grapple on you. Can you make an acrobatics or athletics check?
Yes. See?
16. You shove him off. He goes for another as his second attack. Oh. So you make another athletics or
Oh,
acrobatics.
okay, another athletics roll. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, he rolled in that one. So you
Oh.
you shove him off and you kind of get yourself free. He looks like he is totally just going for keeping you stationary, but that was his turn. It is your turn.
Has Wick like removed the key from his pocket or anything yet? Or
I
is it
think you
still
see
concealed?
like that hand he was keeping at his side, like now that he's not kind of obscured by Preston, you can see there looks like a small brass like key. Like he's holding it tight. You can definitely see there's that glint of brass.
Okay. He will reach for Wick's arm
Mm-hmm.
and just like dig his claws into his arm and pull it out so that he can see what's in it.
Okay. Do you want to do this as like say as an attack, kind of like fully forcefully?
Sure. Yeah, it's very forceful.
All right. We'll just do a. You can do like your
He's
claw
got the
attack
claws.
since yeah.
Yeah. Can it be a reckless attack?
100% it can be.
All right. So everything's got advantage on him.
Mm-hmm. 17.
17.
You dig into his arm and pull it up, and you can see like as the hand is in front of you can see this like ornate kind of like you see just the like the shaft and the like little like teeth of the key. And you notice like as you're looking at this like ornate pattern, it's like shifting constantly. Like it's changing the key structure every few seconds.
And he's growling.
What is this?
He screams and goes, "Ah, Blade, deal with this." Are you intending to do damage with that attack, by the way?
Yeah, he doesn't mind if he hurts him. So.
Okay, cool. So that's 11. Oh boy, Mr. Wick's looking rough.
No.
Okay. It is Mr. Wick's turn. Do you want to have that as a grapple?
Oh. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, we'll say I'll use that and I'll kind of just roll his athletics or acrobatics as a versus.
Okay. Do I need to roll anything or?
No. 16. So you keep his hand at bay. He kind of like goes to thrust it towards Preston, who is like at this point like, what the fuck is happening? But you see with his free hand, he kind of. Oh, actually, what would he do first? He pulls out a wand and he points it like directly at your chest. And you hear just this volley of like coming from it. As you can see, these small little magical orbs shoot from it. Well. Got one more. You take 32 points of force damage as he just unloads this wand of magic missiles, just like rapid fire, expending all the charges of it. Actually, let's see. Okay, the wand does not disintegrate in his hands, but he just like pumps this thing directly into your chest.
You said 32, right?
32 force, yeah.
Got it.
It's Preston's turn, and he's he'll probably use his full action to disengage and hide in this corner.
That's what he expects. So.
Okay, and then now it is Blade's turn. Yeah, he pulls out the sword from his sheath and he's gonna start going to town on you.
All right.
With advantage because you're reckless.
With advantage.
26 on the first and a 24 on the second.
Hold on. I have the math in my head. No, I don't think that's gonna. Okay, yeah, we're beyond tail helping anything for that. So yes, both of those hit.
All right, the first one. Ooh.
Chunky.
15. The first one's for 19 slashing damage.
19 slashing, so 8.
Are you raging?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I'd be.
then yeah.
I couldn't reckless otherwise. Yeah.
Oh, duh. Right. And then 10, so 5 slashing damage.
9 and 5.
And it is back to you.
His head probably swings back around to Blade. And he hasn't, I don't think, quite made the connection that this is like the artifact key.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, he has an association with keys. And his head swings to Blade.
Is he using this on you too?
He kind of tilts his head to the side and goes, I serve my master.
All right. He will still claw.
At
Blade.
Wait, Mr. Wick? Okay. I
No,
think you,
sorry,
you squeeze on him, and that first squeeze, you already broke his bones, so he's okay in this moment. You want to go for your next attack?
Yes, he will turn on and attack Blade.
Okay. Okay. 13 does not hit Blade.
That makes sense.
But you do. Mr. Wick is like. He's a noble man who you just broke his arm, basically. Like he's screaming in pain.
He has no remorse. Can he? Okay, for one, I'm gonna action surge.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I can never say that word properly. But would it take an action to take the key from him? Or like,
I would say
yank him by the arm and throw him on the ground. Something just like.
Yeah, I would say like it would probably be like your action instead of an attack would be to like to grab this from him, really, or forcefully.
Okay, so we'll just.
All right, so give me an athletics check against Mr. Wick.
Okay.
Yeah,
15.
You rip this key from his hand. One thing you immediately notice is when you yank this from his hand and you're holding the key, it just feels like you're holding potential. And when you kind of like feel that sensation, you look up and almost like someone scribbled over in like post-production with a pencil is over Blade's face.
Oh, what does it say?
It's just a scribble.
Oh,
like you know, like the game Omori, how it's got like their like covered face and stuff. It's like that.
Huh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna react pretty confusedly to like but I think that's all he can do that turn, right?
Yeah, that would be your action for your action surge. So
all right.
you can move, you can also bonus action if you have anything. I don't know if you do, but
No. I don't
Okay.
think so.
It is Mr. Wick, and he's gonna just crawl away from you, which will provoke opportunity if you want to take it.
He's looking pretty gnarly, right? Like he doesn't.
Yeah,
look good.
he's like he's white. His like all his like blood is drained from his face, kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think he's worried about him.
Okay.
So he's gonna let him whimper away.
He crawls to the side and just goes, "Just do it!" And he takes out another wand and like points it, and it's like someone muted everything, and he casts silence with another wand on you and Blade, and it is just deathly quiet. Preston, I think picks up something off the shelf and hits Mr. Wick with it.
Good for him.
He hits. I think he picks up like maybe like a bust of Mr. Wick and just hits him with it for 2 damage. Let's go.
Statue.
Good
Like-
job, Preston.
And Blade, you see his like central chest plate separates and reveals like his metallic clockwork innards. And you can see a like nozzle cannon chamber that starts to glow, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, cool. Do I get? I think I get
You can see it, so I think you can, yeah.
advantage. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. You will take half, but you avoid as this just kind of like torrent of fire, which you would imagine would make a shitload of noise, but it is just quiet, and it's just this like this beam of fire, like a point blank burning hands.
We've all been.
9, 22. So you take 11 fire damage, already halved with
Alright.
saving.
Whew.
And it kind of like as it like ends, the barrel is still like red hot, and it like you hear like a psss as these little like steam vents on the shoulders of Blade retract, and the armor like reseals itself.
Sexy.
That is Blade's turn. It is back to you.
All right.
Oh, I guess you don't hear the psss. You don't hear the cool
yeah,
steam
true.
vent.
Because it's silent.
I hear it in my head.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my bonus action first to second wind.
Okay.
Hit points equal to 1d10 plus your fighter. 7 points. It's something.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, healing ceiling.
Right, and then gonna claw at Mr. Blade. I'm
All
also
right.
gonna reckless attack again.
Let's go.
There
23
we go.
definitely hits.
Better number. And I'm gonna go again.
24 definitely hits. So 9 and 7. 16. Okay. Anything else?
That should be it. Did Blade like blow like a giant hole into this room, like with that laser?
It was let's actually see. It was only a 15-foot cone. So maybe
Okay.
part of the desk is a little singed and charred, but it's not catching.
Gotcha.
All
right, but yes, that is his turn.
Okay. Mr. Wick. What is Mr. Wick gonna do? Well, I got the floor dying. He's going to stand up and he's gonna punch Preston.
Shit.
That hits Preston.
Rich fight. Rich fight.
Let them fight.
Okay.
Who needs to eat the rich? They'll eat each other.
That is Wick's turn. Preston's gonna keep hitting him. Ooh, he misses though. He swings wide with the
Aw.
bust. Back to Blade, who is going to do 2 attacks on you, both with advantage.
Yep.
So the attack was a bust.
The attack was a bust. Nat 20 on one and a 21 on the other.
I'm gonna swing my tail on the 20, which is a 1d8 that I can.
Oh, the 21, the nat 20 would be a 28. But the
Oh, sorry, you
21.
said a nat 20.
Yeah, nat
21.
20. And then you also roll
Gotcha,
a 21.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna roll on the 21.
Okay.
I think it's a d8. 7. To read
I think
again.
that raises your AC enough, right?
Yeah, I add to the
applying
AC.
bonus to your AC. Yeah, so it would be 15 plus 7.
So 22. So yeah, your tail comes up and blocks one of his, like, he gets a big stab in with the first one, and then as he goes to like combo it, you tail swat it away. The crit is for 24, so 12.
12.
And back to Quill. It's just this like rich fight, and there's no sound coming from this room.
I imagine they are like trying to talk like shit talk each other.
Oh,
as well,
yeah.
just like, completely ignoring the silence.
I think like you
They're, like,
glance over
mouths
and
flapping
Preston's
open.
mouth is going a mile a minute. Like,
I love that. Okay, but yes, we're just gonna
Meanwhile,
claw
down in the-
twice.
Yeah, like down in hell.
Down in the vault, yeah, we're just looking at a pit. Just like, I don't know if I can jump this, fellas.
Do you guys hear music?
oh,
14 for both of them.
14
Damn.
whiffs on both.
All right, that's it for him then.
All right.
It's a vaudeville skit.
All right. We're just gonna go back to Blade because those two are just gonna beat the shit out of each other. Preston hits for 2 damage. Ooh, hanging on by a thread. And Wick misses. Blade. Did you reckless last turn? You did, right?
Yes.
Okay. 25 and a 21.
Okay, we're gonna tail swipe on the 21 again. 7 again.
Okay, so yeah, so parried the second one. The first damage is 16, so 8 slashing.
Okay.
And it is Coil's turn.
Okay, we can only do one thing right now, so we go again. Reckless attacking.
22, yes.
There we go. And a 20.
And 20 also hits, sorry. 10 and 9.
Excellent.
Okay.
And that's it for him again.
These two
Is
idiots.
taking a potion? I have a question.
It's a
taking
bonus
a potion,
action.
is that a bonus action?
Yeah.
Can I pop a potion?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna pop one of my potions, which is a potion of healing. What is that, like?
2d4 plus 4 if it's a base one.
Yeah, this one. 10.
Nice. Good heal. And it is your it's Blade's turn, right? Because you just clawed. Preston missed and Wick got a hit in. Preston's still looking okay though.
Good for him, good for him.
His hair's a little messy. That's like the worst of it. All right, Blade's attacks Ooh, 14 on the first
Oh, that does miss.
and 26 on the second.
Okay, that one will hit regardless. So
13 to 6 damage reduced
6
already.
damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it is your turn. They're just
Okay.
duking it out in the library, man.
We we are just duking it out in the library. Here we go again. Oh,
Oh
wow. It's either a round of
no! Right.
great rolls or terrible rolls. But that's it for him again.
Okay. Wow, both Preston and Mr. Wick miss each other in the fury of battle they're having. I rolled a 2 and a 3. They're doing really good.
I can't say shit.
23 to hit, and the first one was a miss. It was 14.
23. I don't. Well, if I rolled an 8, I think I could meet it. No, it would still hit. So
Okay, so 18, so 9 damage already reduced,
okay. All right.
and it is Coil's turn.
Boy. We go again. 24
24 hits.
and a 19.
19 also hits. 11 and 8, so 19. Okay, you're seeing some wear and tear on Blade.
Okay, good. We're gonna pop another potion of healing. That's what these things are for.
That is true. The humans continue their fight. Also, if you wanted to do more, you could totally do it. I'm just rolling these idiots.
You're totally good. A 7. So 7 points.
Nice.
All right. I'm good.
Okay. Preston got a hit in. Mr. Wicks looking bad. Still alive though, still conscious.
Get him, Preston.
He ain't here, no bell.
Wow, a 12 to hit and a 24 to hit.
Okay. 24 will hit.
11, so 5 damage. And it
Right.
is Coil's turn.
We
What
go
a-
again.
This is
What a
hilarious. to me.
fight.
Oh,
Going.
let's go.
A double crit?
Double crit. That's pretty amazing.
All the way across the sky.
You know what? That double crit, I'm not gonna give Blade advantage on that attack. True crit. Okay, so 10 and 13, I think.
Yes.
Yep, and 13.
Ooh, okay. Blade's looking rough. It is their go after these two guys go. Oh, Mr. Wick is knocked unconscious.
Yeah, Preston.
He's
With
helping.
one smash of the bust of Mr. Wick, he takes down Mr. Wick. And Blade will go with 2 attacks. The first one is a 16 to hit, and this next one, without advantage, is a 26 to hit.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna swipe the tail at the first one.
Oh, yeah, because it's just a 16 your AC, right?
It's 15 actually.
What? Well, so you
Yeah,
carry
I
it no matter what, right?
I think. But
Because I only rolled a 16 on the first.
oh, you're right. You're right.
I think I did, right?
Yes.
A 12, so 6 reduced already.
6.
Slashing. And it is your turn. Blade's looking rough.
Okay.
They're
We do
pristine
one thing.
gold and white armor.
No, it's a tragedy.
All these claw marks on it.
Oh,
And 18 hits. How do you
Right.
want to do this?
ooh. Mm-hmm. I do think he wants to like tackle him and pin him down and just like dig his claws like into like I know he's got like a faceplate or like
Mhm.
a helm thing, but probably like if there are any gaps in that, just like dig his claws into that.
Love it. So you like your claws go into his face and like the force of it topples him over and you're like pinning him to the ground with your hands like digging into his face and you can see like the inner workings of his warforged body like shining through the gaps in the faceplate that you've made. It's just there's no like facial details. It is just this helm. And like he hit the clockwork like spasms kind of like stop and he just like almost like freezes in place without any motion or sound because you're still silenced. But you look over and you see Preston standing there with the bloody bust of Mr. Wick just standing over the body, and he's mouthing something furiously to you. While that's resolving, let's cut to the infiltration team. You guys are down.
Fantastic.
I think with Bailey's guidance, you all make it to this next dark section. Some fancy music back to it. How would you like to move forward? It's totally dark.
If does the darkness encompass like the whole, like if I get down on the floor, can I see, or is it like pure no cracks at all, it's pure darkness?
Yeah, even without an investigation, it's pure. It's clearly attuned for this room specifically.
Well, do we want to just do the classic daisy chain against the wall?
Anybody got some rope?
In the locker upstairs, yes.
Why'd you check your rope?
To not seem suspicious. Who carries around rope at a party?
Well, what makes you think they will allow us to bring the rope in?
I have a grappling hook with 50 feet of rope.
On you?
Yeah, I didn't check that.
What? Okay.
Very well. Well done.
Hell,
Where are you keeping it?
Pretty sure Mr. Wick made the rules.
In my
so we weren't
jacket.
meant to bring things like this
Mhm.
in.
I
I probably
had
had words earlier, but I'll allow it.
I brought a lot of random crap on me.
Okay then, Trobby, you go first, I guess.
What do you mean first? Is someone we're gonna tie this up or what?
To what?
I'm gonna try to Indiana Jones it. Can I just like grab the grappling hook and like spin it around and throw it and see if it latches on anything?
You're just throwing it into the darkness?
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw. Well, I'll keep a
Yeah.
hand on the rope, you know.
Okay. Give me actually you don't need to do a check for this. You get a good speed, throw it in, and you hear like a clink 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 clink, like you hear the grappling hook end like hit ground or metal or something.
Mhm.
And the rope is slack in your hands.
Can I still see the rope?
As soon as it goes into the darkness, it's like stepping into a void. Like the rope is
There's
just
just like
going
a
into
wall of black.
nothingness. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well, yeah. I guess we try to just sneak in there.
Okay.
Do you pull back the rope?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull back the rope.
All right. It is severed. It is just rope.
Oh.
Oh.
I think we not.
You forgot. In Hebrew, Jehovah starts with an I.
What?
I don't get it.
It's an Indiana Jones joke.
I liked it, Gail.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't hear what he said.
I said in Hebrew, Jehovah starts with an I.
Okay. Now I just don't get it. I haven't seen Indiana Jones in a long time.
Damn it, Barry.
When was the last time you watched Last Crusade, Barry?
Like 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's fair.
I did have the Last Crusade game for the Game Boy, but they didn't cover that scene.
Oh, they didn't cover that. They would've
Also,
covered
the level on
trials.
the
Anyway.
on the
Okay,
circus
so what are you
train
doing?
was I don't know. That seems like a bad idea. I'm out of ideas.
So you
All I
want
got
to
is
turn
rope
back?
now.
Should we just
So,
abandon this then?
I mean, there should be, in the same way that the lasers had like a sneaky way. Maybe this has a sneaky way, or like a way to deactivate this darkness.
Deactivate the darkness. That's it.
and I'm going to cast Dispel Magic.
Oh! I'm clapping! Gelnick, you cast this, and like the wave of energy comes out from you, and as it hits this darkness, you can see just like it kind of just burns away, like a magical like piece of tinder just burning up, and you can see this kind of like 30 by 30 foot room, and you can see these like guillotine kind of contraptions over a very specific pathway, but it's very obvious where they are now.
And
Relvi, you are a genius, and you continue to be genius.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, that works.
Morenthal, when you're looking at this path, you're like, it looks familiar.
Would it look familiar in a sense of I would identify a pattern of 2 steps in, 8 steps left?
Yeah.
12, yeah, 12 forward, 6 to the right. I mean, I guess I'll relay this to everyone of while I was snooping upstairs, I did find a sheet of paper, and I mean, this does seem to fit that pattern. Trilby, do you want to try it out?
Well, I mean, it's visible now. You can see where's safe and not.
This would be useful before I had my good idea.
Well, you know, just to make sure it's 100% safe. I mean, it looks, I see the path, but like, you never know.
Trilby's gonna walk the path.
Give me a
Being
pat on your
careful.
back because you did it. You walked through the successfully.
Wow.
See? I mean, follow through behind. See, it's fine. See, I told you.
Morenthal is getting on Trilby's nerves, but he doesn't want to show it.
You see at the end there is a large circular vault door in a chamber that is kind of like this metal grating, like fine metal grating, kind of surrounds all the sides of the room, and this massive vault door in front of it.
All right,
He's rather
Morenthal.
ostentatious, isn't he?
Breaking into vaults is like eating hash browns to you, right?
I mean, yeah, but should we really break into this?
What? Isn't this why we're here?
Well, we're just sort of looking around.
So why don't we look around inside the vault?
Maybe Mr. Week keeps it locked for a reason.
Morenthal,
God,
the whole
what?
our mission here is to find the artifact and investigate.
Fine, I'm not liking
Did you
this,
learn
though.
something, Morenthal, about what's in here?
Yeah, my friends are asses, apparently. 23. He'll open it reluctantly.
Okay. Are you how you open in this vault.
Like trying to find. I don't know why, but I just assumed this without saying it to anyone. Of just a giant vault door, but with like a spinning wheel, like it's a safe.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I assumed. So he's sort
A
of just
Fallout
putting
vault
his ear
door.
to it.
Yeah.
Kind of
Okay,
like
so-
a Fallout vault door.
I'm assuming that roll was for you opening it.
I guess in a way. If you want, I can roll something else.
Oh no, that's perfect.
wasn't
That's
with
perfect.
examples.
You spend some time. You put your ear up to it. In your kind of like quick investigation of it, you do notice that like this is it's heavily trapped. But you carefully navigate and find the correct pathway, and you actually pop open this large circular vault door. Inside,
Happy?
you see 4 large cylindrical columns made of metal, kind of echoing the rest of the chamber. It's like this smooth, almost like stainless steel metal, and a small central pedestal. On top of this pedestal is a small ornate lockbox about the size of a brick. Behind the central pedestal is a 4-armed humanoid form, about 6 feet in height, frozen in an odd, like, polygonal barrier of amber. It's like kind of moving and shifting like a corrupted video game, like aura around this woman. At first glance, you think they're nude, but closer inspection reveals their body to be made of like almost pure gold. These small gearworks and contraptions make up all of her body, and like looking close, it's almost like they're all moving in such a way where her body is like, actually, never mind, they're not moving at all, but like it's just made of a shit ton of these small intricate designs and clockwork pieces and metal. And she's just kind of like in suspended animation in this pose. Huh.
And she's encased inside of a low poly shape.
Yes. And it's like see-through. It's just like an
Ocarina
amber
of
color.
Time Zelda in a crystal.
Yeah. Very much like that. It's almost like form-fitting to her.
But it's just like roughly shaped around her.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do I have any idea what this is?
On what part? This
both the like shield thing around her as well as the clockwork mechanism.
Sure. Give me Arcana
she's made
for
of.
either or. And any 4 of you. Wait, there's 5 of you in that room, right? All of you except Coil
let's
are
go.
in that room, I think, right?
Yeah, all of us except Coil.
Okay. So any one of you can do Arcana checks. And just
Hold the nat 20.
7.
For kicks. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why not?
So, most of you have no clue what's happening here. I will say Trilby and Hobson, what more are you curious about? The creature or the aura?
Probably the aura, because I would assume that's what's keeping her from attacking us.
Okay. So for Trilby, you're looking at this. It is not a common thing. As someone who is a tinkerer and maker of magical items and accessories, this is kind of like beyond you. It's clearly some kind of spell or magical effect happening on her. With the way like nothing is moving, like even her hair, which kind of like closely looking, it looks like it's almost like small wires that are like fluid in nature, but like everything's perfectly frozen. There seems to be like no sign of time progressing in this barrier. You're not sure exactly what it is. It could be like a modified, trap, or it could be part of the creature's design. You're not sure. It's even with a nat 20, like it is so unknown to you. And Hobson, and probably a little bit of Trilby too, because you read this you have a lot of history with reading little storybooks. You're not sure exactly what she is, but it's almost like it's not something like it's not similar to Coil or to Blade. It's like a organic creature made of like clockwork. Like it's a weird hybrid of machine and man that's not like, it's not just like animated armor or something like that. It's like an organic creature. But you don't know what that means.
And does she look upset?
She looks...
Or is she just kind of vibing in there?
No, she's not. She's definitely not vibing. She has an expression. It's more of like surprise.
Okay.
I feel like we shouldn't leave this here. I can't tell what it is, but I don't know how we're getting it out of here, but I feel like we shouldn't leave it in here.
The lady or the lockbox?
Lockbox I haven't looked at yet. The lady, I feel like we shouldn't leave the lady inside a safe and under a rich person's house.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or a poor person's, in a person's house, in a safe. We should take the lady of the thing, is what I'm saying.
We might need to cause some kind of a commotion upstairs to get her out.
If only we were capable of causing some sort of commotion.
I have a very loud drum.
Hang on, is it really safe to move whatever this creature is?
I don't know.
Perhaps
How do we know
not.
it's not down here because it's dangerous?
Let's see
Well,
what the
it's hiding.
lockbox is about. Then we try to see if we can move her. If she starts attacking, we run.
Based on what we've seen in this mansion so far, dangerousness has no bearing on whether it is displayed up in the open with guests or down in a safe.
Sure. I guess. Okay, fine. Lockbox.
Okay. Quick inspection of it. It's not locked. It's just a tiny little like brick size ornate case.
Don't open it up.
You're opening it up?
Yep.
All right. You can see inside is almost like a nice silk kind of red cloth and a little plaque of steel with one word written on it. Do you read that word, Mornthal?
Yeah, he reads the word.
It just says pause. Can you make a dexterity saving throw for me?
Mm-hmm. 13.
The rest
I'm gonna
of you...
flash of genius it.
Oh, go ahead.
So that's +5.
So 18 then.
The rest of you watch
Damn it.
as this polygonal amber structure surrounds Morenthal and just... Morenthal, the moment you read that word, that expression you have on your face of opening and reading, you are frozen in time in that position, surrounded by this odd polygonal barrier of amber.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Okay, now we need to cause a bigger commotion to get 2 bodies out.
I'm gonna close the box.
Does anyone read the word, by the way,
Please?
like as the box is open?
Maybe I take a little peek.
I feel like Faylee definitely would.
God
Okay.
damn.
give me a dexterity saving throw.
18.
I flash of genius it.
For a total of...
+5. The 23.
You see this amber shockwave start to form, and it like as it starts to spread on Faylee, it like corrupts and it stops.
Ooh! Oh, let's go!
Oh.
And I think like in response to that, maybe you guys close the box.
Snap
Yeah,
it
I'm
shut.
not saying Hobson wouldn't look at it. I'm saying he's too short and he'd have had to like get a boost to look
Yeah.
up and actually read the word.
Everything's
So-
like human built, so yeah, it's like out of Geldek and Hobson's viewpoint.
All he does is he saw the box open, people looked inside the box and started freezing.
So yeah,
Now we have to carry
Faylee
2 of these
saves.
out of the air.
I'm not sure how Flash of Genius works against looking at a thing, but maybe Trilby just caused enough of a distraction that Fairly didn't read the whole word.
Like, yeah, Fairly didn't read pause. She read paw and then like turned her head because Trilby just like.
Yeah, you interrupted the glyph being activated. Yeah.
Are we taking the box with us? Maybe we should leave the box. I don't think that's the artifact, is it? Although then again, maybe we should take it because maybe he shouldn't have this, and we
I
can
think
give
we
it to
should
the
take
spire.
it.
I would rather somebody else own this.
Okay. Who's grabbing it?
Take it.
You go to
Don't-
grab it,
don't
and it
read it.
is built into this pedestal.
Oh,
Oh.
man. Hobson conjures lockpick and tries seeing if he can cut the pedestal.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Your sword lockpick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me
Yeah,
an attack.
adamantine one. All right.
We can't get it off the pedestal. Let's break the pedestal.
I mean-
You hit into it and like you get a sizable like slash into it, but it's like this thing is like reinforced metal. You if maybe like if you wail on it for like 15-20 minutes, you could take it.
I'm like a kid trying to chop down a tree with a little hatchet.
Yeah. Like it's totally
Yeah,
doable,
okay.
but it's gonna take some time.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. That's,
I don't know
that's
if
not gonna
that
work.
time is on our side.
Yeah.
We could try to open it and grab whatever's in there without looking at it, but that seems like a really bad idea.
All right. What if? Okay. So do we want to take it? Do we want to? I can try mage handing it out of there, and putting it in a bag of holding or something. But yeah, this does seem like really high risk. How bad do we want this?
I'm fine leaving it.
I don't think we should leave it.
Double leader tiebreaker. Well, Hobson, what do you want to do?
I don't want it to stay here, but if we can get out of here alive and report what's happening in here to somebody, maybe like we or someone else can come back down here with like reinforcements to get a hold of stuff like this.
That'll probably take a while.
True.
Okay, give me a bag.
My top priority is making sure we get people we could figure out how to get Morathal out of here and whoever this other person is.
Who? Trilby, if you will grab the thing, I will attempt.
Oh wait, no, this isn't a creature. This is an object.
Well, Hobson said he can magic hand it. What was the?
Yeah, I could like
Mage hand.
tried mage handing it.
I
just, like,
also
getting it-
have mage hand. We can both mage hand it or something.
Ooh.
But we need some kind of a bag. I have a bag of many things. I don't know if that's a bag
I have
of
a
holding.
bag of
I think it
holding. We
might-
can drop it in.
That's okay. Give me the bag of holding. I'm gonna open it up and close my eyes.
Okay.
You try to drop it in without looking.
Before you do that, Gelnek is going to rub his hands together, do a little Ustenki chant, and cast on both of you protection from good and evil.
Ooh.
Thank you.
So it protects you from creatures. So not objects, but in case a creature tries to take hold of you,
Thank
Smart.
you, double leader.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, it's a concentration. Hold on. So that means I have to pick one, I think. And I don't think I can cast it at higher levels to affect multiple. Then I will give it to Trilby, since Trilby's gonna have the bag with it, the item in it.
Sounds good.
Well, at least temporarily.
Mhm.
So how does this work like rolls wise? Because mage hand is just like a cantrip.
Yeah. I mean, let's play it out. Do you guys do this?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, a mage hand is opening up the box, and a mage hand's reaching in and taking it.
Yeah, like
I can do the
I think
same mage
Hobson
hand, by
asked,
the
since
way.
he hasn't seen it, it's like what? Please don't. Nobody look at what was in there. What like was it a rock? Was it a beam? Was it a what am I grabbing?
Bailey, you would be able to answer this. You
Bailey?
saw it's just a small little plaque with a word written on it, sitting on like a silk mat.
It's like a little plaque.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. Then if we're trying this, then yeah, Hobson does try to like standing, kind of making sure not to look directly at the thing, and also kind of standing in a way where he's opening the little box sort of away from himself.
Okay.
And
I think Tropy's gonna
tries to-
Tropy's gonna stand right next to the pedestal with the bag open, like just next to it. So even without looking, it should be just like move it slightly over, and then it'll be in the bag.
Okay. All right.
And yeah, Hobson just tries to mage hand it into the bag. Like
your
peripheral
mage
vision,
hand,
keeping. Yeah.
it opens it up, reaches in, grabs the plaque, and as it starts to like lift it up, you can. Those of you who are not looking directly at it, but looking like below, up at it, maybe just Hobson, you can see these almost like thin lines of like almost like bioluminescent cords, like pure arcane energy, like tugging against it, and like they start to like you see them snap as you pull it. Like there's still a few connected as you're watching this.
Does anything happen when the snap thing happens? Like
It gets a little less bright. It's like a subtle thing you're noticing.
If nothing, well, like if like an alarm's not going off and nothing's exploding, then I guess he continues.
Yeah, you continue, and the last of that thread snaps, and like what was there you were seeing is totally gone, and you have in your hand this little plaque, or your main.
And yeah, he tries to drop it in the bag without looking at anything directly.
Drops it in the bag. Bag sealed. Everyone's safe and sound.
Whew. You solved the puzzle.
I hope. Just don't say that. We don't know.
And no one got hurt.
No one got hurt. Morthal is frozen in time.
Tropy's gonna hand the bag back over to Hobson like it's a bag with dog poo in it.
Can everyone,
Hobson-
besides Morthal, give me a perception check?
8.
Oh boy.
7.
5.
12.
You can hear down the hallway, like the faintest bit. I think actually Trilby and Phaley are the only ones who catch this. You can hear the faintest bit of footsteps. Maybe like back in the chamber of the invisible pathway. So like not in view of you or the vault yet, but you hear footsteps.
People are
Not,
coming.
it sounds like an individual. I will say that.
Someone is coming.
Oh boy.
Do we hide or do we just confront them?
I mean, there's more of us than them.
And I don't think
Ooh.
Morthal can hide right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a
okay.
little tough for him.
Let's just pretend we're really lost at the party.
Wait, this isn't the bathroom.
We'll say as you guys plan for what you do, we'll cut back to Coil real quick. Coil, you're in the room with Preston. The silence is still prominent in the area, but the door is not locked behind, or you can freely unlock the door behind you, and you're holding this very unique key. Like even just looking at it changes and shapes every time you like inspect it. Like almost like a fractal image, kind of.
That's crazy. Does this squiggle like show up on top of Preston's face too when they're holding it?
No. It was only on Blade's face, and Blade it's no longer on their body. Like, since they're dead.
No. No.
And you can just see Preston's pointing to you and like trying to mouth out stuff of like, you get the idea of he's saying like, we gotta go.
He tucks the key away in like his robe somewhere.
Okay.
And I do think he feels very strongly about this, but we don't have any potions left. Let's see. There's like still a desk and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This room is pretty much like, are we still in that scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is very stupid of him, but he's going to.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, sweet.
Did you not see the entire combat with you and Blade?
Yeah, no.
I meant to have it on this scene the whole time. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I just figured we were playing in the theater.
We were like you were basically neck and neck with him the whole time. But that's so funny. I just realized I was like, oh wait.
I think we did see a little bit of it. I kind of vaguely remember.
Yeah.
Because Morinthal fought.
Yeah, we
him.
saw it. We saw it. Yeah.
But like while you were doing that, I had them like moving around and fighting in the corner and stuff. Like...
No, I think we saw that part.
Okay, good. That's funny.
I'm sorry, my memory is terrible.
No, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really, really stupid of him, but he's going to write something on a piece of paper. And then he's going to go to Blade and assume or hope that someone's going to fix him at some point. And he's going to tuck this piece of paper, like knowing like Warforged bodies pretty well. He's going to tuck it somewhere where like hopefully, you know, nobody just like looking him over
right
is going to find it. And he's just going to tuck it there.
Okay.
And then he's going to go over to Preston.
And he's just like pointing to the door, like, what do we do? Just gesturing wildly.
Yeah, and he kind of looks a little like, I don't know. I have no idea.
You see he goes over to Mr. Wick's body and just like kind of pats through him. He pulls up another wand and a key ring set. Just normal keys, and he takes them and he like looks at the wand. You can see him gives it a quick inspection and taps it on himself. And like his messed up hair and like a little bit of the like bruising and blood that is gotten on his face just kind of smooths out, and he looks like he's back to his like formal state, and he taps you with it. And some of the scuff of fire and like singe marks on your clothes and cuts kind of like they don't repair themselves, but it like cleans up any of the grime and dirt on your body. Okay. And he just gives a big shrug and like pockets the stuff. And he goes to the door and like goes to open it, looks to you, and he's like just nodding like, we got this.
Right, he's just gonna follow him like, you know, nothing's wrong.
He pushes the door open. And as you kind of like take that first step out of the room, you start to hear, the piano and the sounds of the party again. And you hear a click of a lock as you look behind, and Preston is locking the study closed behind him with that key ring set. One thing you immediately notice, Coil, is almost every person that you're coming across. There's maybe like 5 or 6 that are not. Every single one of them has scribbles on their face, like just composited over their face, like almost concealing information about their face. But like almost everyone here has it.
He's very confused, but still kind of hot-headed at the moment, so he's like slow to process.
And as Preston like kind of returns to your side, he goes, okay, maybe you get a hold of your friends. We get the hell out of here before anyone knows anything that happened, and we're fine.
Yes, I'm not sure where they are.
He's gonna scan the room and see if he can like pick out one of them in the crowd.
Nope.
Yep. Mhm.
Give me a
And,
perception as you do scan the crowd.
Okay. Take off the advantage.
You're kind of looking for familiar individuals, and you don't see any of your friends, anything like that. You do notice, the one person that you saw like Faley escorting, just because their face is sticking out in their mind, is also absent from the party. As we cut back down to the rest of the group, as coming from the now undarkness room, you can see a human man, Faley, very familiar to. It's Chuck, and he takes a step out and notices a lot of you, and he goes, "Oh well, shit," and we'll pick it up there. Next time.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that went interesting.
Definitely how you predicted, I'm sure.
Totally how I predicted this going.
Oh my god. Thank you, Dan. This is
Thank
wild.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you all
seriously.
so much.
Yeah.
This was a delight. And we still got maybe a little bit more of the gala to go. Who knows?
Hell
It's
yeah.
a crazy
Mhm.
evening. These fancy galas. The host is dead.
He's fine.
He's resting.
He's
not dead.
resting. Just a little bit of a rest.
He might die if no one finds him. But
Yeah. You know what? Let's give him death saves. Give him 3 rolls
Here you
real
go.
quick. Okay, well, there's 2 fails.
No.
A success.
Uh-huh.
Natural 1. He's dead.
Oh shit.
Oh,
We
well.
gotta go. We gotta leave. We're not getting invited back to this place.
He did not
Good
stabilize.
thing I stole a bunch of meat.
Well, this is gonna be great. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. I love doing this. It's my favorite thing.
Thank
so
you.
thanks for
Thank you.
joining me in my dumb little made up world.
It's fantastic.
I love your made up world.
Oh,
It's got Chuck in it.
but hey, technically
Yeah.
you
I
did
love
recover an artifact, so like good job, guys.
Well, we
yeah.
haven't left the building yet, so
True.
let's not get
That's
too ahead of ourselves.
You know,
Um,
we take our wins.
Some of us aren't leaving the building.
Yeah,
Some of us are frozen
one
in
of
amber.
you is frozen in time. That's fun. Yeah. Does anyone closing remarks before I go and thank chat for hanging with us all?
No, but
No.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a
All
good
Thank you,
one.
Dan.
Thank you guys so much for playing. I'll chat with you in a minute, but I'm gonna mute
Mhm.
and have and if in case I missed any, guys, have a wonderful evening. Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
All right. Just us. Here, I'll put it on a little this so no one pops in. Thank you so much, everyone. Boy, this went just how I expected. Totally nothing different. Totally. There were so many ways things could go at this party, and the way they went is fantastic. There were a lot of roles happening there that I was not telling the players about. Mostly perception and stealth checks. But boy, D&D's cool. I'm very excited for them to learn more about this this fun new artifact. You know what? I'm really excited for Coil to see the rest of the party with this artifact. That'll be fun. Let's find someone to raid while I read alerts. I would like, where are my alerts? Yeah, they are. Oh, there's not even alerts on this scene. Hang on. It's just nothingness right now. Hang on, sorry. Here, you guys get this from earlier. Let's thank some people. Anonymous, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Alexander, thank you for 6 months. I'm not Jonathan. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Toaster Strudel. Toaster Struder, not Strudel. Struder. Anonymous, thank you for a gifted sub to Coaster Paul and to J ! Lauren, thank you for 8 bits. Golden, thank you for the Prime sub for 13 months. Thank you, thank you. Anonymous, thank you for 5 gifted subs. AMR, thank you for 35 months. Enkimano, wait. Enkimana, did you change your name slightly, Enkimana? Thank you for 25 bits. Probably. And Kiko Mana? Has it always been that and I'm just an idiot? Do I know things? I don't know things. Let's find out. Thank you for 25 bits. You did a little rebranded everywhere. Heck yeah. I was like, wait, that's suddenly different. Probable Futures, thank you for 23 months. Anonymous, thank you for gifting us up to Jax. Also, if you guys don't know, Jax_Pool. They're an amazing artist and they do a bunch of little doodles of Dungeons and Dragons, and they post them on the Twitter and stuff like that, and they're in the Discord. It's my favorite thing looking at like fan art you guys do of my silly little show. There's been like a whole bunch of support lately for the show of just like writing up like summaries. There's a GitHub of like little summaries of each session and like the factions and stuff, and the fact that people like care about my dumb little shit. You know what I'm sad about? I have a whole fucking page. I have like 2 pages written on gossip, and we didn't get any of the gossip. No one went and listened to gossip, but I had it prepared, and that's why I like to DM. Give me a username. Thank you for 500 bits. Captain Steph Barnes, thank you for 14 months. Viz, thank you for the raid at the start of the stream. Thank you so much. That's D&D baby. Save it for another time. You guys want to hear some gossip? You guys want to hear some? Did you hear that Duskern had an outbreak of ash and rot? There was a similar occurrence nearly 10 years ago where the city was sealed off and the Crown's Guard had to get brought in to deal with the undead outbreak. But apparently there was an outbreak again from the catacombs. They had to seal the entire city off. Really, they should just gut the old catacombs, put them to better use anyways. It's just a bunch of rotting dead rich people. Something like that. I had a bunch of stuff. Fuck, dude, there's one I really want to come up, but I have to save it. I have to save it because I need the moment of realization from everyone. There's a bunch of stuff though. Maybe someday we'll get to it all. You can use it later. Yeah. Cooking it. I'll say folks who maybe watched Barry's D&D stream that also took place in Elithia that I DM'd will maybe enjoy. Boy, my throat hurts. I don't realize it until the session ends how my voice feels just dead. Let's find someone to raid though. Kevlar, thank you for 41 months as well. Sorry, missed most of the stream. Gotta watch the VOD. VOD will be up as soon as YouTube lets me put it up. So probably like Friday over the weekend. Bling, boom, boo, doo, boo. Also, this music is from Paper Mario. Cause that surprised me. And I just wanted to point that out to everyone. What do we got on? We got some art. We got Steph's doing some art. Let's go say hi. Yeah, it's the Origami King's cafe music. Wow, I kind of want to play that Paper Mario, the Origami King. I still need to play Thousand Year Door, but I'm waiting for the remake to play it. Go have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go eat dinner because I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. Thank you so much for the support, everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm a broken record, but it means a lot to me. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow for I'm doing a collab stream with like people I don't normally collab with, which is interesting. But I'll be playing some what's this thing? Content warning. Play some content warning. I don't know what time. I should probably look into that. And then Friday. Hey, Friday, if you like me and you like Dan Floyd and you like me and Dan playing randomizers together, then you're in luck. 12 p.m. Pacific, Friday. I'm playing Ocarina, Dan's playing Hollow Knight. We're gonna do a multi-world. It's gonna be a good time. I hope you have fun hanging if you watch. Both of us will be streaming, so you can watch either perspective, and we'll have a multi-link. Thank you guys. Say hi to Steph for me. Have a wonderful night. Bippity boppity. Hey, check this out. My leg.
See you never again. Oh my god.